Hello, welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer, and I'm glad everyone is enjoying the sound alerts. Efton, thank you for the ugh. Culinary, thank you for the grunting and rats. Efton, thank you for the flush. On Secret Crush, thank you for the scream. Efton, thank you for the thanks. On Secret Crush, thank you for the fanfare.
You're gonna wear yourself out.
No, I'm doing it.
Everybody
I'm doing it.
Everything, every single
Efton,
time.
thank you for the hello and the grunting. And the other hello. Don't make me pull the car over. I will.
You could simply stop acknowledging every single one and enjoy them.
Sure.
In the moment.
All right, I give up. But thank you all. I'm glad you're enjoying the sounds. Now let me say hello to everyone. Salt Ranger, Efton, Culinary, Silver Streak.
Thanks.
Xenolon, great to see you all. I hope you're doing well. Silver Sauce, and with all of that, Robot Spacer has to end stream now as he's tired from all the talking. Okay, so we are back once again to continue our World Builder game. Also, I just want to acknowledge briefly, I am wearing my Can You Pet the Dog shirt, which is a wonderful shirt.
Is that from Fangame or the Yeti?
Great question. Don't remember.
Okay.
But feel free to look it up. I'm not sure if it's still available. I feel like it was available, continuously. So I'm wearing this shirt because we now have a pettable dog in our game, and also a flushable interactive toilet. I added some additional interactivity to that, which I will show off when we get started here. Just nothing that really happens beyond what we did last week, but just some additional things you can click on and get different responses for. Let's see. We played around with music a little bit last week, which we're going to do a bit more of today. I spent some time last weekend working on a little bit of a sound clip we could have play when you die, because the World Builder sounds, which is what all these sound clips y'all have been playing are from, there's not any good ones that work really for like a death scene. All the little musical bits are too upbeat. And, there's different screams and stuff we could use, but none that really fit the vibe. Plus, I figured it'd be fun to do a little bonus of, how we could get our own sound into the game. Thank you for the troll hit, Efton. I also wanted to share, what did I do with that other link? Dang. Oh, here it is. Okay. I wanted to share a couple YouTube links. First one is, Salt Ranger says it looks like it was a Yeti shirt.
Yeah, I found and put a link.
Oh, and you posted a link. Nice.
Yeah, it's not currently available, but you can sign up to be notified if they do a restock.
Fantastic. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and switch over to my desk here so we can talk about music a little bit. The first thing I wanted to share is Silver looked into the ADSR mode on this lovely little Casio keyboard, VL tone. And that is a great clip explaining how it works. So first of all, here's a closer look at this. It's a really neat little keyboard, and honestly, I never fully appreciated it when I was younger, so I'm glad it's still around and still works. So the calculator mode, before I do anything, let me show you, because I'm probably going to screw this up, and I forgot to write down some of the codes. But basically, if you go to calculator mode and enter a string of numbers, and then press this M+ button here, you're basically saving a setting for the ADSR mode. And each number in the code affects a different portion of the type of sound it plays. So I entered one in the other day that has this weird like kind of a little bit of a spooky sound to it. And like I said, I forgot to enter all the different, normal good sounding options. But like if I press a bunch of keys, oops, gotta stick to numbers. I'm basically like each digit here, on the readout is controlling a different aspect. Like I want to say the first one is the instrument, and then there's like attack, which is how quickly the sound begins, and then there's like multiple ones that kind of affect the fade out, like the decay of it. And then we hit M+, and then we switch over to play. Oh, did I do that wrong? That sounds identical. I must have screwed something up. Let's try it again. Huh. What the heck? Well, I'm clearly doing something wrong, but you get the idea. I just wanted to share that bit of info because I thought it was neat. If you really want to get a better understanding of how it works, I would highly recommend that video, which does a much better job of explaining it than I have. And then the other thing I wanted to share is the process I'm going to do for recording a little bit of audio is going to be a little weird. We're going to actually use two different versions of macOS. Well, I guess technically three. I'm going to record the sound in macOS 13, which is what's running on my streaming computer. We're going to boot up macOS 7.6, I believe, to run a program called Sound Edit Pro, which we're going to use to convert the audio from AIFF format into Sound Edit format. And then we're going to go back into System 6, which is what we've been using for all the World Builder streams. And in there, we can use a slightly older version of Sound Edit to do some final conversion, and then we will be able to use a program that comes with World Builder to import the sound into there. But I did want to note that although we're doing this weird process, this absolutely would have been possible at the time. Maybe not right when World Builder was released, but not too long after, using a neat little piece of hardware called Mac Recorder. And I wanted to share a link to that as well. That should take you to the spot in the video where the software is, or the hardware is demonstrated a little bit, if you're interested in that. Basically, it's a little box that would plug into the back of your Mac, and then it had audio jack on it, so you could plug in like a microphone or a line in from some other device. And then you could make little recordings because, back then, it's common now for a computer to have microphones or, a jack that you can use as a line in. But back then, neither of those were an option. So you needed something like this little Mac Recorder device to make it all work. I actually had one of those a long time ago. I actually wonder if it's still hanging around somewhere. But obviously, without my old Mac running, I wouldn't be able to show it off anyways. Okay, let me catch up on chat a little here. Will file sizes be too big for the old programs? Yes, that is a great point, which is something I was going to talk about more in a bit. we basically have like 6 seconds of sound that we can record before we hit the file size limit. And that's more of a limitation on what World Builder will allow you to import, but it's a reasonable limit, because if we go too much higher, then we're using up a huge chunk of our overall game size just in sounds. So, it's pretty short, but it's reasonable. Also, a lot of the conversion steps I'm doing are going to be we need 8-bit sound and I think 11 kilohertz. So the quality is not fantastic, but it's acceptable. And I'll play the song throughout so you can kind of see how the quality is degrading as we convert it. The VL Tone does have a line out. I almost ordered some stuff so we could make use of that. I couldn't find the right cable to get it hooked up. I eventually did find a cable to hook it up to my Mac, but I think the end going into the Mac was not correct for the Mac to recognize it as an input rather than a headphone. Because it's got, most modern Macs have a special type of port that can be used as both line out or line in. But I couldn't get that working. And I probably could have spent more time digging around looking for cables, but I did not have time. I used to have more cables. I got rid of some. The rest are just kind of scattered throughout. And the longer it's been since I used them, the harder it is to find them. Konami can make sick 8-bit jams on the NES. You can probably do it in World Builder. Yeah, I was thinking, like, honestly, if we could use like MIDI sound, that would actually give us a lot more flexibility to do, longer and more interesting music. But that's not an option. So all we can use is the actual like recorded sound, and again, we have a pretty short time limit. So first of all, I'm gonna play this little thing I came up with that we're not actually gonna use, because I eventually realized how short of a time limit we had. Oh, it went to sleep. Interesting. Oh no.
Did you break it?
Oh no.
Battery die?
Maybe. Oh no. Okay, calculator mode works. Oh, it's fine now. That was weird. It's fine now. We're fine. Okay, let me try to remember what I came up with here. So, I wanted kind of a droney kind of not upbeat, kind of depressing, sound for the "You Have Died" screen. And then I was thinking about how a lot of Sierra games had kind of like this kind of depressing death song, and then this little upbeat flourish at the end. So I tried to add something like that, and I did a recording to make sure this is all going to work. And I got it in there, and I was like, oh geez, this has to be way shorter. So then I eventually decided we would just go with the little ending bit. So I did a recording of that and got it. I went through the entire process to get it into World Builder, just to be sure that everything would work fine, and it did work out. But just so we can share this weird little process with you all, I'm going to redo it again on stream. So hopefully I can get this to work. obviously when I did this on my own, I was not also streaming at the same time, so it was a little bit different. But I think we can make this work. So the first little bit of this process, I'll just keep the camera, we'll stay on this scene so you won't see the software I'm using, but I'm going to do the recording in QuickTime Player. Let's see. Hopefully this won't screw up OBS because I'm using like the same microphone for both. I think it's fine. Okay. It looks like the audio is still coming through to OBS and it's going through to QuickTime, so we should be good. And then since we can't use a line input, I just want to make sure we get a good amount of volume because in the conversion process, we lose a lot of quality, and I found that if the audio is nice and loud, like as loud as possible before it clips, it ends up sounding a lot better because you have less noise in the audio. So that might be a little too loud. Okay, that should be pretty good. Okay, so I'm just going to hit this record button. And we need silence in the studio here. Okay. Should be good. I'm just playing this back. You won't hear this.
Yeah, it's a bit loud in the headphones.
Sorry. Okay, I think that's good. We're gonna do the editing where we can all see what I'm doing. So I'm just gonna save this. And I'm checking my notes here. So we're gonna use another app, again on my modern Mac setup here, called Fission, which is a great app from Rogue Amoeba, who makes a ton of great software for Mac. I use their Loopback program for OBS that lets me route different programs through OBS and have a lot of control over that. I've been using one of their apps called Farrago for Soundboard, which is very nice. Okay, so in here, I'm setting the channel to mono because if we have stereo sound, that basically doubles the size of the audio without a lot of benefit. So we're much better off just sticking to mono. Okay, all these settings look good. And then we can finally see what I'm doing here in a moment. Okay, we're going to switch over to Mac OS 7.6. Very exciting. So here's the recording I just made. The rest of these files are different things I had in here for testing. Apologies, I'm a little behind on chat here, but I'll catch up in a second. Okay. So open our untitled file. And then we've got this little slider here. Changes the length of the waveform. So this bit here is just me talking before I started playing. And then we have the two different versions of the recording here. So let's see, you should be able to hear this, and hopefully it won't be too loud. Okay. Okay. Okay, we don't need that. We don't need the okay. Which one of those is better? They're very similar. Let's listen again. Culinary likes the first one. Any other votes? I was slightly leaning towards the second one.
They sound very similar to
Yeah, they are.
I can't form an opinion because they're too similar.
The differences are super subtle.
Yeah.
If we have no other votes, one more time? Okay, sure. I think the first one is better.
Yeah, maybe first one.
Okay, we're in agreement on the first one. Hello, Hot Stove Prowl. Great to see you. This is for the game we've been making in World Builder, which is a program from 1986. Let me hit my button here. You can go to Robot Spacer TV, and there's a page there with a little bit of info to give you a better understanding, or you can just keep watching, and we'll get back into World Builder pretty quickly here. Right now we're just recording a little sound for the death scene. So we have just a little musical bit when you die. And this is also a fun chance to add our own sound in. So far we've been sticking to sounds that come with a World Builder. Actually, I think I'll leave it at that. We'll do a little bit more editing when we get into the other version of Sound Edit that we'll use for the final steps. Okay, so I'm just checking my notes again here. From here, we want to convert it to 11K and 8-bit. Oh, wait. Do we not actually need the other version of Sound Edit? I was thinking we did, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll just go ahead and edit it here then. Or wait, maybe... Okay, yeah. So we want to do... Where the envelope? Envelope would let me fade it out, but it's disabled for some reason. That's weird. Let me try converting it. Actually, I should save this first. Let's do a save as, just in case I screw anything up. And then we will change the sound format to 8-bit and 11 kilohertz, which is the format we need it in for World Builder. That's all it will accept, as far as I understand. If you use the wrong format, it might end up sounding like slow or fast. So that's what it sounds like after the conversion. You can tell it sounds like a little bit tinny, I guess is the best way I could think of to describe it. Oh, now we have envelope. Interesting. Okay. So in here we can do some fading. Not super necessary, but make sure it starts out and ends completely silent. Okay, not bad. And then we can save it from here as a sound edit file. And this is important to check. Actually, when we did the conversion, there was a mention of this there as well, but this tells us that we will have a 49K file when we're done. I'm I'm trying to remember what the limit is. I want to say 85K is the limit. Hello, Julian Velez. Welcome. So we're going to remove the file extension here. I actually don't know what the... I don't know if there ever was a file extension for SoundEdit, because Mac OS back then did not have file extensions, which is something we kind of have to deal with here, just as a part of moving files between two Mac OS versions. So Mac OS had these 4-letter codes that were sort of saved as metadata in something called a resource fork. I believe that was part of the resource fork anyway. But basically you had a 4-letter code that identifies the file type, and then a different 4-letter code that identifies the program that created it and should open it when you double click on it. And if we don't do anything and try to bring this file into our other System 6, basically it won't open, because the system won't know what to do with it, because it will end up with an incorrect file type. So we need to open up good old Stuff It Deluxe. And what did I determine worked the easiest? I think Mac Binary is the best thing to do here. Mac Binary was basically a way of encoding a file, so you could, upload it to the internet or whatever, and when you download it and decode it, it would have the correct file type codes still. Okay, so here's our correct sound. Save that with the .bin extension, and that should do it. Okay, and then we'll go back over here to System 6, and I'm going to take a moment to catch up on chat here, because I'm way behind. 6-7, thank you so much for that resub. 13 months, holy heck. 6-7 says, of course we start in Flushing, New York. That place does remind me of purgatory. Thank you for the Flush culinary. And Hinton, oh my gosh, subbing for the toilet.
You love to see it.
Hinton, I appreciate your support very much, and it's great to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so I was catching up on chat. Culinary said, I have fond memories of 7.6, as that's where I learned how to type on in school. Nice. Oh gosh, we got a hype train going. Thank you, Culinary, for the 100 bits. Our Swamp Gator loves those. Oh, the Neen Party toilet did not come through. That's unfortunate.
Worked for me.
On the alert, I mean.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I don't know why. Okay, I apologize if I missed any other important chat. That's a good point. If you ever ask me a question, feel completely free to use @RobotSpacer. Occasionally, I get behind on chat, and I do my best to skim through and look at everybody's comments, but sometimes I miss one. And I noticed last week when I was rewatching the stream to update our credits that I missed a couple of questions. Speaking of which, Salt Ranger is here, so I can answer one of those. Salt Ranger asked if I had any background in art or design, and yes, I do. I have been doing art since I was 4. When I was 10, my dad brought home a lovely little Macintosh computer. I drew a kangaroo on it and printed it out on the image writer. And I was pretty enamored with digital art at that point. Then I went on to spend a lot of time in school pursuing art, and went to Center for Creative Studies in Detroit for 4 years. And then I stopped going to class because I had had enough. Honestly, I had a lot of frustrations with school, actually, because of like they were very behind the times with technology, which was extremely frustrating to me. I had a class on like basically kind of internet art stuff where we spent time in like Flash and Director. And I actually spent a lot of time helping other students because I knew at least as much, maybe more than the instructors. And also, like, that class was kind of the only class where we did anything like with technology at all, which was very disappointing to me. A lot of the art stuff we learned there was very like old school, like it was valuable experience, but like I would have liked to, have more of both. But yeah, I'll stop rambling about my college experience. But yeah, and then from there, I basically just started doing a lot of freelance work. And these days I do 90% programming because it pays the bills. And I've also, throughout my life, been a self-taught programmer. A world builder actually was kind of one of the first things I, learned how to do any type of programming in. I spent a lot of time in like HyperCard, Flash Director, all of those, and then eventually started doing a lot of web stuff. But yeah, that's a little bit of my background. Salt Ranger said, figured it had some kind of previous experience because all the stuff you made for this game absolutely beats the pants off of anything most folks could make with this tool set. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's certainly a challenging tool to use when you're used to more modern tools, but it's pretty neat and it's been fun to play with again. Okay. But yeah, like I started that out with, feel free to @me if you ever ask a question, or just use my username like Hinton did, resisting the urge to spam at Robot Spacer. That's totally fine if you want to make sure I don't miss something. There is also if you got some points to spend, there's a highlight your message that you're welcome to use as well. I just wanted to mention that just so, nobody feels bad about, trying to get my attention or whatever. I'm not bothered by that at all.
I also took it upon myself to answer Xenolon's question for you.
Oh, I missed it. CCS grad? No. Almost. Actually, I moved away for a while and moved back to Michigan specifically with the intention of finishing my degree, but then I never did. Oh, well.
Oh, well.
Hype train complete at level 1, 69%. Nice. Thank you all. Okay, I feel like I'm once again missing a lot of chat, but let me get continuing on our little project here. So I've got the game open here. We're gonna close that for a bit. And let's see, the first thing we gotta do is transfer a file in here. This is just a little bit of goofiness that is necessary. Because we can't simply put our files on a floppy disk and transfer them between computers that way. So we're using this program to import a file here. I was able to just drag and drop the file from modern Mac OS onto the emulator here with that. And then we have this bin unpack program, which will unpack that binary file we made. And then it should have the correct file attributes. Actually, just for kicks, I'm going to open up ResEdit. This is a neat little program that lets you access a lot of little details about Mac files. So if we go in here and get info, we can see this is the file type, basically FSSD. And then SFX is the 4-character code for the program that made it. So if these were wrong, we could edit them here and fix things, but it should be all good. Okay, so we're going to drag our untitled trimmed file over here. And let's see, what do we want to do here? We want to open this sound converter. Open our library. I have this library I made just for fooling around with. These are 2 test files I made. And then we can choose convert sound. And here's our untitled trimmed. Let's see, I already have a death in there, so we'll call this death.2, I guess. And this confused me at first. When there's this repeat count, and also when you're importing, that's the only time you can edit this repeat count. It defaults to 1, which I assumed would play it once, but actually it will repeat it once. So we want that on 0. I don't know why it defaults to 1 if it works that way. Okay, and this is just a very simple conversion program, so we can't actually play anything back in here. But we put it in our library. And then we can open up World Builder. And now we can play it. Pretty good. And then here's a couple test recordings I made. So let's see how they compare. So that was, you could hear a lot more static and crackling. That's because I recorded that one with the keyboard at too low of a volume, and I boosted the volume later, but ended up with all that noise in there. And that was my second attempt, and here's what we got today. And I like that final one. It's a little bit slower.
Yeah.
I think that works well. So actually we should copy this. And then we'll open up the sound library for our game. Paste it in here. And we'll just name that death.2 again, just so we know what's what. And now we can put it in the game. And let me try to catch up on chat once again.
It's a lot of talking amongst ourselves.
Great. Slat Studio, good to see you. And I'm glad you like my sync. That was one of the things I spent a little time tweaking since the last stream. Actually, I should go over all that. Once we get our death sound in, I will show off what we have so far and talk about the little tweaks I made off stream. Oh, yes. I saw y'all talking about CCS. So when I went to CCS, it was Center for Creative Studies. At some point after I went there, they changed it to College for Creative Studies. Just to make it more clear, I think that it's a college, like you can get a degree there.
Yeah.
But it didn't, just the name changed. Like it was always, I was working on a degree. I just never quite got it. Honestly, like it frustrates me a little bit because it hasn't been a problem for me to not have a degree, especially I spent the vast majority of my time self-employed, and I don't care if I have a degree. But it's a little bit of a bummer that I spent so much time, working on that and never quite finished it. But what you gonna do?
At least you didn't have to take out a lot of student loans.
Yeah, well, thanks to my parents.
Yeah.
Very much thanks to my parents.
I would say you came out ahead in that regard.
Yeah. Conan says, I've heard art schools are wild. CalArts is in my hometown, and I never heard the students talk about the art, just the art of dope smoking.
Yeah, I feel
interesting.
Like my art school experience was mostly just a lot of anime kids just really excited to finally be in one place with all of the other anime kids.
I feel like college for creative studies is hard to say the correct current name because I'm more used to center. But College for Creative Studies is extremely well known for its automotive design program since it's in Detroit, and the automotive industry is very focused on Detroit. It's very well known for that. So that's kind of like the place to go if that's what you want to pursue, or at least it was back then. I assume it still is, but I haven't really kept up on that. But I went to their graphic design program, which was like I said, it was a pretty good program. It just felt very outdated, and technology was changing a lot at the time, and they just didn't keep up with it as well as I wanted them to. For most students it probably didn't feel like as big of a deal, but since I had so much experience being self-taught in various technology stuff, it felt very limiting, and I just wasn't learning as much as I wanted to. Silver says, I'm in the same boat. Started college at 16, got a few years in, couldn't work full-time in full-time class, so I had to stop full-time classes in a career I enjoy regardless. Great. I mean, ultimately, as long as it all works out, that's the important part. Culinary says, wish I knew the value of getting a degree before I had the bright idea of putting myself through the ringer by taking CS at UCSD. Oof. All right, so we're opening World Builder, and now we can go into our game, and we created death.2. So here's our normal death scene, and we can open up the code for this. Oh, right. Okay, so we did this. We're playing a silent sound to try to get a pause. I honestly don't know if that's working, but we'll keep that in regardless. But we're also going to add our new death sound in front of that. So ideally what we get here is we get our death sound, we get a little pause so you can read the text, and then the game over alert pops up. I have a feeling the alert is just going to pop up as quickly as it's able to regardless, but we'll see how it works out. Silver says, I still think college is an important experience and a great place to learn new skills, vocations, passions, but it's okay if you don't find those things there, don't finish. Yeah, I feel like I got a lot out of my time at CCS, and I absolutely don't regret going there for 4 years. It was like a combination of I had stuff outside of school that I wanted to do. I also was definitely dealing with some personal issues that had nothing to do with school. But yeah.
And who wasn't at 20 something?
Sure. Okay. I think I'm not going to bother to read things. I keep wanting to do that when I show off what we've done so far, but I don't want to go through the whole game every week and it gets to the end and it feels like we all know it really well, especially when we finish it. I want to have an on-stream playthrough in some form. I might make Unsecret Crush play it, just because she'll be less familiar with it than I am, but we'll figure that out at some point. But I'm just going to kind of go through the screens and stuff, and I won't bother to read everything. Also, one thing I added was a couple of cheat options. So I can now type cheat bone or cheat key and automatically have those items. I won't bother to use them now, but that is a way for us to test things a little faster. We could also, there's lots of ways we could kind of give us options to skip ahead, but that felt like the easiest. And then when we're done, I can just go and delete those cheat codes, or we could leave them in as a little Easter egg. There's our bone. I'm not actually sure how that bone would fit in there, but I guess that's why it was jammed. Oh, right. Actually, let me open my notes here about the things I changed. So one thing I changed is that all our doors can be closed now. Which isn't useful, but it's fun. And there is one point in our totally normal house where it makes things a little bit interesting, but we'll get to that in a second. There's our dog. Could give FIFO the bone, and then we can pet FIFO. And then we can search and find the key. Actually, we don't have anything to do in here yet, but I'll go ahead and show you the inside of the greenhouse. That's something we might get to a little bit today. We'll see. So now that we have the key, we can unlock the door. Oh, we didn't get our normal guy. Let's try again. So this is a thing I changed. You'll notice we're getting a normal and less dramatic creak when I open the door. Oh. There he is. So I changed it so you only get the long, hilarious creak when our totally normal guy is here, which I think works well. But I'm open to...
no, I'm all
okay.
for it.
I wanted to leave the final decision on that up to you. So now that we can close doors, a funny thing we can do here is just be like, oh, nope, goodbye. And now he's gone. Sometimes he'll still be there. Basically, the way I coded it is that once you close the door, he'll go away. But when you open it again, it is the same random odds as when you initially open the door. I've had times in testing where I close and open it multiple times and he keeps being there. Which is maybe a little annoying, but I think I'm fine with it. And then this screen, as you might notice, is completely different. This is actually a little bit more how I initially pictured this room. It's kind of funny because I pictured it kind of like this with just a stairway going straight up on the left side. But then I was having some difficulty figuring out how to work all the stuff in. So I went online and looked at reference and found this, photo that was kind of like what I pictured, but a little more elaborate. So I drew something like that. And then I realized that the vantage point was too high up. So it made it seem like we were not on the ground. So I wanted to redraw it because of that. And I ended up going with something a little bit simpler, which I think works. It fits with the rest of what we have a little better, I think. So there's our door. Again, we can close it.
Hinton says this foyer could use a toilet.
And here's our toilet. I didn't do a lot here other than put some more shading in, added this windowsill, and redrew the sink. I also realized that since we have a sink in here, I mentioned I want to do a puzzle where we have to get water from the toilet. But since we have a sink, you could just get water from the sink, right? So I added some text when you click on the sink that says, first of all, the sink is a normal design with separate taps for hot and cold. You try turning the handles, but nothing comes out. So the sink just doesn't work. And then also we have, if you try to click on the lid of the tank, it says you pull on the lid of the toilet tank, but it won't budge. It almost seems fused in place. So that's just stuck on there and you can't get it off. So you have to get the water from the toilet bowl. Of course, we can open and close the lid and flush the toilet. So I think that's most of what I wanted to go over. I'm just looking. Oh, right. I added some fallback responses for using any of the weapons. So if you swing your fist or kick your foot, it says it feels good to get your frustration out, but you're not sure it's helping. by default, it will just say a generic message like that there's no one here to fight. So I thought it'd be good to get something a little more interesting in there. And then if you try to use your rapier sharp wit, it says you'd prefer not to waste your wit when there's no one here to appreciate it, as opposed to there's no one here to fight. Let's see. Oh, right. I added Zizzy, which gives us the response. A hollow voice says fool. And our secret code, which is Izix, nothing happens, which I'll get to more in a minute here. Let me look if there's anything else I wanted to share. I think let's go to the credits now. So here's our credits so far. Should be up to date. Again, the way this works is all you got to do to get in the credits in this first section here of folks that made the game, just give a suggestion, an appropriate suggestion at any point. Like, don't suggest something completely unrelated to what I'm working on. Even if it's just a little improvement, it doesn't matter if I end up using your suggestion or not. As long as it's something reasonable, I will put your name in the credits, and I will appreciate your assistance. And then we have the second section here, which is some folks that either familiar faces or folks that I know hung around for a while during a stream that didn't actually make a suggestion. I just want to give a thanks to those people for hanging out with us. And if I put anyone in the wrong section or somehow missed your name, please feel free to let me know. If you happen to notice this when I'm not live, feel free to message me on Twitch or Mastodon or Twitter or whatever. Get a hold of me however you can, and I will be happy to correct that error. So we have this some little pixels down here. I tucked these away a little bit more than they were previously. So they're kind of intentionally hard to see and click on. Ms. Roy, thank you so much. Oops, my finger slipped. I appreciate your support greatly. And I hope you are doing well. I hope your streams have been going well. Can you give Ms. Roy a shout out also?
Yes, it will have to be the other style since I literally just did a
that's totally fine. Kittens, great to see you. I hope your streams have been going well also.
The cooldown on the shout out command is the bane of my existence. Ooh, the glitched.
I saw that you had to delay the housing fundraiser that you were working on, but hopefully I will be able to catch that when you reschedule it. Once again, behind on chat, just trying to catch up a little here.
That just reminds me, I never did finish the glitched. I got stuck on a level, I think. I don't remember which one.
Okay. Oh, right. I was going to do... So, actually, I might have made this too hard to click on because I can't seem to get it to work, which is interesting. But I can fix that. Well, we can also search to find the hidden message in the corner. So this tells us that there's this... for some reason, Izix is written in the corner. And then if we use Izix on this screen... It says you feel a strange pulling sensation. And for now, that's all it does. But eventually, that will take you to our little Easter egg screen where you can see me making the game. I figure we'll probably save that for later. But not a rush since it's just a little bonus fun thing. But now we can go back to our game. And let's see. I'm going to do the death scene, but I want to make sure I showed everything. Yeah, I did a couple other things that I won't bother to show. You can click to pet now. You can click to search the dog house. I added a button for that. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So let's go get our death scene and see if that worked out the way we wanted it to. So now that we can close the door, we can actually get the totally normal guy to come back just by opening and closing the door a bunch. There he is. It says now I'm Googling totally normal British bathroom. So if we go north once, we get kind of a warning that we feel unsettled by this. And if we go north again or click on him, I love it. So yeah, it doesn't quite, the ordering of things is not really the way it's intended, but that's okay. I think that sounds great, and I'm very happy with it. So now it says, as you try to move past, a shadowy figure slowly extends a hand towards you. The ghastly arm enters your body as you realize you're frozen in place. Your vision fades and you crumple into a cold, lifeless heap. Game over. So yeah, that's our game so far. Speaking of deaths, actually let's go back in again real quick, and we can do cheat key. So now I have the key, so we can just unlock, save us some time. Unfortunately, we don't have a cheat get past normal guy. There we go. So we have this doorway here, which the text says you're standing in the foyer of the house. In front of you is an archway that leads to complete darkness. There's a stairway up and a door to the east. So I was thinking maybe we could do another death here if you try to go north into the darkness beyond. Not super important, but it might be another way to get another death in. I also had the idea. So you can flush the toilet, right? And you can open the toilet. And I ended up tweaking the seat because it felt like it was too small when it was open, and now it's kind of blocking the handle entirely when the lid is open. But you could still flush the toilet with text. And I was thinking, last week I commented, well, it's good that you have to close the lid to flush the toilet because, that's just more sanitary. And then I was thinking maybe it'd be funny if flushing the toilet while the lid is up actually gives you a death. I don't know how we could make that make any sense, but it might be funny. Okay. Let's get to work here. Well, I guess we already did some work. We got our first sound effect in the game. Let's take a look. Okay, so our sounds file is up to 98K, almost 100K. Our game is still at a pretty minimal 57K. So that's like, we're right around 150 some K. So that's pretty good. We're trying to keep the total game under 400K, so it will fit on a standard floppy disk. Ideally, Xenolon has a computer that should be able to play the game, but it has to be under 400K to play on that computer. There are, newer Macs would be fine with a 800K disk, but if we can keep it all under 400K, that would be ideal, and I think that's very reasonable. I think at most we would do, maybe one or two other sounds, that are a little bit longer like that. We could maybe have a little bit longer sound at the beginning of the game and possibly a little bit longer, congrats, you finished the game sound. But yeah, I think we can keep under that size because the vector graphics are pretty minimal. And I'd say we gotta be. I'm thinking before I say something I'm gonna regret saying out loud. We've probably drawn over half the graphics we'll have in the game. We'll see. I did also previously say that around today is when I thought we might be done with this game, which is clearly not true. But that's okay. Culinary says, if you don't wash your hands after using the toilet, normal guy should show up, suggest better hygiene, then kill you. Salt Ranger says, a toilet plume could be lethal in the space between worlds. Exactly. And that's what I was thinking. Hinton says, unwashed hands should be a weapon you can use to kill normal guy, and also dog won't let you touch it if you haven't washed. Well, our sink doesn't work, so that's a little bit of a problem there, which is important. Important to force you to get water out of the toilet. I mean, we don't have to force that, but I personally would prefer to. Let me slow things down here. Scrolling is very hard at maximum speed. That's still too fast. Okay, so what are we going to start with here? Oh, I got at least one little thing that I noticed just in testing. There's some text where I refer to the little sign here as a sign, but read sign does not work, so I want to fix that. So we can refer to it currently as a sticker or note, but sign is also perfectly reasonable. Yeah, because when you read it, it says the sign on the door says free Wi-Fi. So that's a little confusing if the game didn't understand sign. Wash hands in toilet. There you go. It all makes sense now. Okay, so we can check that off. I talked about making going into the darkness in the foyer be a death, but we won't worry about putting that in right now. Okay, so here's the thing. I wanted to talk about this early on. I'm anxious to get started on adding. I've talked about, I want to have some sort of technology device in the game, like a handheld. It could be like an old cell phone, like with a keypad. It could be a more modern cell phone with a touchscreen. It could be some goofy old device. I think you suggested a Palm Trio, if I remember correctly. Am I making that up?
Is that a thing? I don't remember.
Okay.
What I said.
I could have sworn you said Palm Trio.
Is that a thing? Does that exist?
But yeah, that is a thing. Okay. It's like a PDA they used to call them.
I mean, I've heard of a Palm Pilot, so I might have said that.
Oh, maybe you said that and I misheard it or something?
Later I said Diamond Rio, which I think is an MP3 player.
Okay. So yeah, I probably just misheard.
Mushed those two things together, perhaps.
But yeah, I do kind of like that idea of like, a weird little PDA. That'd be like visually it's kind of somewhere in between like an old cell phone and a modern cell phone. Like it's mostly screen, but it's got some, physical buttons on the bottom.
The clamshell e-reader from It Follows.
Oh. A compelling option. I do wish that device existed. I also had the suggestion of an Apple Newton, but that's basically just another like PDA type device. And whatever we do, we probably won't try to mimic exactly a real device. So let's say our options now are old cell phone, by which I mean, has a full keypad on it. Modern cell phone with a touchscreen. So that lets us like completely change the interface depending on, what you're doing. Which might be a little more complex, but I'm fine with that. Or we'll just say PDA. So that's going to be, big screen, a few buttons, but not like a full number keypad. So you'd have like, I don't know, maybe menu and some arrow keys and back or something like that. So those are our three choices so far. If anyone has other suggestions beyond that, please share them. And then in a little bit, we will do a poll to decide which type we use. Silver is suggesting lots of options. Sony Clie Palm device. I'm not familiar with that one. Actually, I'm not familiar with any of these. PEG NX80V, my favorite Palm PDA. Looks like a Star Trek tricorder. Nice. Yeah, after we, pick the general type of device, then we can, talk more about, like, y'all can give me suggestions for things to look up to kind of inspire the actual look of this thing. Which could include, for example, the shell phone. Did they ever show the interface of that?
I mean, it was literally an e-reader. Like, there was a clock and, like a Wi-Fi symbol of some sort.
Wi-Fi is important.
And then just text. She was just scrolling text.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it had physical buttons on it or not.
I don't think so, but I don't remember.
We should watch that again. It's a good movie, and also I can't remember if I've ever mentioned this on stream. It features our own local abandoned mental institution.
Okay, there are no buttons. It looks like it's dual screen.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
This Google Images search result is also showing, I guess technically similar Hello Kitty cell phone devices that flip open but have
rad
a keyboard.
That's
and a
great.
Screen.
So I haven't figured out the exact details of. We've got a lot of different items that I've figured out, like the kind of puzzle progression. So, but I haven't figured out exactly where each item will go. So some things we have to piece together. At some point, you find this phone somewhere in the house, I think. And then you have to use that to get on the Wi-Fi outside of the library. And then you'll be able to read some emails on that device. And then at some point, a new message pops up. And just as you go to open that message, the battery dies. So then at that point, we start another puzzle sequence where first you need to find a book that is titled Electrolyptus, the Power Plant. You open that book, and what I'm imagining right now, one way or another, the book helps you solve the puzzle. But the idea I have right now is you open it, and it's like a fake book that has cutouts in it, and there's a cutout for a potato and a cutout for a light bulb. The potato is in its slot, but the light bulb is missing. So you need to get the light bulb, and you also need to figure out from the cutout shape that it is a light bulb that you need, which I think shouldn't be too difficult. Then I was also thinking maybe at the bottom of the page we'll have just add water. So basically you need to get a light bulb, you need to get some water, and then you go plant your ingredients in the greenhouse and then give it a little water, and then it will grow, and then you will have a battery to put in your device and get it working again. And that will let you read that final message, and ultimately that will lead to the conclusion of the game. Also a thing I didn't mention is you need to unlock the device. And I've had a tough time figuring out a good way to do this puzzle, like the specifics of it. But we've decided that the bus schedule will have some sort of information on it. Like it'll be some sort of like math related puzzle that gives you the code to unlock the phone. I'm very much open to ideas on that. Like kind of all I can think of really is just like, there's numbers on it, and we highlight them in a way that gives you that combination, but there's got to be something a little more interesting we could do with it. I don't know, maybe we just need to sketch out what this sign could look like, and that'll give us some inspiration. Let's see. It says PDA with a stylus, but first you have to find the stylus. I think we'll probably not use the stylus because, I guess we could just make it a thing that you have to have the stylus in order to use the device, but doing any sort of stylus interaction would be complicated. So we probably will not worry about that. Ooh, 6-7 says it's probably a Newton given that this is purgatory. Ouch. I never had a Newton myself, but I always found it to be a delightful device. A friend had one, and I always thought it was really neat. I wanted one very badly. Unsecret Crush has some lovely images. I'm going to open these for reference. Oh, there's the shell phone. Nice.
Yeah. Like, everyone calls it a shell phone, but I don't think it's actually a phone.
Yeah. Like, I don't think it's ever like named in the movie, right? It's just
I kind of
she's using it
in this one scene, and it is clearly being used as an e-reader.
Yeah. But it does have bars that are in the typical like cellular signal design. So that suggests it is a phone, I think.
So you can download more chapters of your fanfic.
And it clearly has a touch screen.
Right.
Interesting. Silver says, also look up the JVC HC E100.
Some of these are now, there are pictures of them in our Discord.
Oh, nice. Okay. Oh man, that's wild. Okay. It's got like a full keyboard and everything. Fantastic. With fax capability? Excuse me? Welcome to Pocket Mail. I love it. Culinary says maybe an overlay that only reveals the code embedded within. Okay. So it's like you find an item somewhere else that you put over the schedule, and it's like, I don't know, got like the important digits circled or something. Is that what you're thinking? Samsung's concept roll-up tablet. I'll post a media sharing. Okay, nice. I guess I should open up Discord to look at these things y'all are posting. Okay. I think I want to just get straight into working on this device. Okay, so Culinary has shared. Also, let me hit the button for Discord here in case anyone is not in our Discord and would like to be. So Culinary has shared a digital Rolodex, which is pretty similar to the last device that Silver shared. Like it's like a wide, it flips open screen on top, along with what is on the right side of, is that a number pad? It is. Wild. And then the bottom half has like a full keyboard. Also, Hinton is being harassed by AutoMod. I apologize for that. I turned down my AutoMod settings a while ago, but maybe I didn't turn them down enough. Okay, so this Clie Silver is posted is like a kind of a flip phone with a full-ass tiny keyboard.
Oh God, that's so small.
That's wild. And like the interface, everything looks extremely tiny as well. Okay, and then this, does that actually roll up? It looks more like a fold-up tablet. I'll try to look at a little bit of the video here. Oh, I see. Okay. That's pretty wild. So it's just kind of like you press a button and it like springs out the side, and like when it's closed, it's just a skinny little object. Flexible displays are fascinating. I have a hard time figuring out if they're really practical. I personally don't see the use of like current like fold up phones and stuff. I don't know. I won't go into it, but they seem a little like just showing off a technology more than creating anything useful. Yes, AutoMod is always drunk and stupid. This is true. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a phone object. We won't draw anything for it. I guess we'll just, since we don't know what we're doing yet, we'll call it device. Actually, I guess now is a good time to start the poll. Do you want to start the poll?
Yeah, what are the options? The poll? What is the poll for?
So let's do this. The poll is for what type of device we're going to have. Our options are old cell phone with keypad, modern cell phone with touchscreen. I don't know if these descriptions will fit.
I will let you know.
Okay. It says, I'm going for a haircut. Please tell Automat I'm sorry. I hope you have a great time getting a haircut. I got a haircut recently, and it was a very lovely experience. I enjoy getting a haircut. It makes me feel great, which always feels kind of silly, but I don't know. It's just nice to have a haircut. So PDA is the next one. And then I think we'll make a separate category since we had a couple suggestions for these weird flip open. I don't know what to call that kind of device. Like the wide...
Weird flip...
Just call it wide keyboard thing. The kind that's like, it's a wide layout and has a full keyboard on the bottom and like a horizontal screen on top.
Okay, what is the most important aspect of this? That it has a flip top or that it has a full keyboard? Because I do not have room for both.
Just call it... Can you call it wide keyboard thing? Silver suggests personal portable computer, but I like wide keyboard thing.
That's it.
Okay.
There's one more slot. You want one more thing?
I don't know that we have any others that fit.
Like, I have PDA as an I have old cell phone keypad, modern phone touchscreen, PDA, wide keyboard thing. Do you want any other, like, descriptive information about PDA?
No, I mean, like a PDA, it's a PDA. It's got a decent sized screen, minimal buttons, but like some amount of physical buttons below the screen.
Okay.
Like that's what I'm picturing.
So that's we have 4 options, and that's what we're going with?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
3 minutes or more or less?
We'll do 3 minutes. That's fine.
Okay.
And then I'll see if I can find something to work on during those 3 minutes. For now, I'll just go ahead and configure this object. So we'll give this a decent amount of value, even though that's meaningless in our game. For now, since we haven't figured out where it's going to go, we're just going to put it at the bus stop right at the beginning. And then for testing purposes, it'll be right there at the beginning. That's not where it will be later, but that's okay. Yep, that's all we need for now. So eventually we'll give that art, and then... So...
Oh, just Hidden shared a screenshot of their chat experience where Automod just constantly keeps saying, "Mods have allowed your message, happy chatting." They really are being harassed by Automod.
It's just repeating. Okay. Yeah, I was looking at the first message and couldn't really understand what was going on. That's wild.
Like one message got flagged and I approved that, but apparently every other thing that Hinton says is getting the Automod happy chatting.
That's wild. Okay, so Automod is just cursed.
Yeah, hopefully that fixes itself, because I don't know what we could do about it.
Ooh, old cell phone is in the lead here. We also have 1 vote for PDA. I feel like I lean a little bit towards PDA. I will probably not vote myself unless...
I realized...
Ooh, PDA is taking the lead. Exciting.
I realized too late now. I had a whole other option in the poll. I should have taken the initiative and put in it follows shell phone.
Well, like I said...
category.
That we can take that as like inspiration for like almost any of these devices potentially.
Sure.
That's really more of a modern phone touchscreen. But like, I figure, whatever wins this poll, then we can, additionally talk about what we make this device look like. I do kind of like the idea of giving it a, somewhat unexpected design, like, like a shell phone, or like
last minute votes get in there to break this tie.
The Hello Kitty devices you shared were some good inspiration. 3-3. How is this happening, y'all? Don't make me roll the dice. I'll do it. Ooh, PDA takes the lead right at the end. I love it. That was very exciting. Thank you all for your votes. Hey, Edenwaith, good to see you. Oh, Robot One, how goes the creation of your glorious 1-bit world? It's going great. We recorded a little bit of our own 8-bit sound today, and got that into our death scene. And now we're just figuring out what kind of technology device, and we have decided on PDA. So we're gonna have like a tall screen, like most of the interface will be screen, but then we'll have some buttons along the bottom, like arrow keys and stuff like that. So now the question is, what does this look like? And actually, what do we call it? Do we want to just call it a PDA? I guess for now, that's how I'll label it. But we need to figure out exactly what it looks like. Unsecret Crush has made it clear she would like it to be a shell style design, like the lovely shell phone in It Follows.
What did we name the dog last week?
We named the dog FIFO.
That's right.
Yes. Which I think was Game Dev Jeff's suggestion.
I think so. I was at some point taking notes of people's suggestions, but I think I long ago forgot to keep doing that.
Yeah, I've been after stream been rewatching the streams to make sure we get everybody in the credits, but I haven't bothered to keep track of exactly what people suggested. So if anybody ever wants to know that information, they will simply have to rewatch the streams. We're planning to get another cat. It is orange, sort of golden. I want to name the cat Rosella as an homage to King's Quest IV. Nice.
A very good name for a cat.
It's a lovely name for a cat. So let's do a little sketching. Also, if anyone wants to share PDA design inspiration, feel free to continue doing that in the Discord. We got some great suggestions here already. I'm gonna hit the button once again if anybody else wants to get in there. This Rex PDA is wild. I love the UI on that.
Yeah, it's like a digital Rolodex.
It's like a tiny little thing, but it's got a really great like monochrome interface, and it's just God, that would actually work pretty well, because like it's in a format that works well for our screen area. So it's got some it's got like a row of 5 buttons along the right side, which is kind of unusual for this type of device, I feel like. Sharp Xeris SL-C1000 is like a flip open design. It looks like the screen rotates around,
wild.
Which is wild. That's got a full keyboard. We definitely won't draw anything that has a full keyboard, but I'm not opposed to like giving the suggestion of that. I want to, since we've settled on PDA, I think I want to have some number of buttons that are actually interactive, like you can click on them to do things, which is kind of what I was thinking already. So like, a typical PDA design is just like, you have a screen and then you have a section down here that has some buttons, right? And a lot of them had a full keyboard down there. but we'll do something simpler. I guess now that I think about it, the ones that didn't have a full keyboard generally used a stylus, but this is all made up. It doesn't have to be realistic. But like I'm looking at one here that's got like, a big button in the middle and then a couple buttons on the side. So, that's an option, something like that. We could maybe do like a kind of segmented, so we have like arrow keys, and this is kind of like your menu button in the middle or whatever, and then maybe a couple buttons on the side. Just checking out these different photos for ideas here. And then I'm just going to do a quick sketch of this weird Rex PDA that Silver shared. So it's like, it looks so tiny, which is really wild. It almost reminds me of like a little Game & Watch or something. But it's got like a row of 5 buttons on the side. I can't tell what they all are. The top one is definitely a home button. There's a couple there's the up left and down right arrow, which is weird. And then this is home. And then there's like a grid of 6 icons. Like there's a calendar, a Rolodex, a document with a check mark. I guess that's like a to-do list. Notes, a clock, and then like tool thing, which I assume is settings. Got like a little hammer and wrench and stuff. And then there's just some branding on the bottom. But something like that would kind of fit well within the screen area. But we could also, do this kind of design and, just have the screen be a little less tall than it might normally be. What type of notebook are you using? Yeah, I asked you about this. This is a Field Notes from, I got it at XOXO a while back. Just was a little freebie they were giving out, and that was a lovely little conference and festival thing that used to happen in Portland. I don't think they've done one recently, but we went there. We go to that a couple times.
I think so.
Yeah, and it was always a great time. There's lots of they did like talks where people would do typical conference like presentations, but on much more less typical subjects. A lot of like art and film and technology and just a variety of subjects like that. And then they also had like a more festival type component to it, including like they always had an arcade set up where you could check out different games people were working on. That was always super cool. All kinds of stuff. Just catching up on chat here. How about a flip-out keyboard like the original Android phone? I think it was called the G1. Can't picture how that worked. If there's a scroll wheel thing like on a BlackBerry, then you failed. I never had a BlackBerry myself, so I can't picture what that's like. I don't know if you're referring to this type of thing or what. Rex is wild because it was a PCMCIA card. You literally plugged it into a laptop's PCMCIA slot to transfer data. That is what? That is so weird. Okay, huh. All right, so let's take a look at our actual working area here. I can't remember. Like, I think it's a little bit wide, but I'm going to create a screen here. We'll put it over here, and we're going to name this PDA for now. Oh, that's interesting.
What's wrong? What happened?
Apparently a room and an object can't share the same name.
Oh.
Which, now that I think about it, like the way you code things, that makes 100% sense. But I hadn't considered it. I'm just trying to think of what to name this exactly. Like, I guess for now I'll just name it PDA Open. Like, so the way I want to program this is so that when you open the PDA, you are basically taken to this room that is a close-up of the device. And then from there, we can kind of push what World Builder was designed for, and you can interact with the device, and in order to like update the screen and stuff, we'll swap out different objects. They'll be programmed as immobile objects in order to change what's on the screen. And I think it will all work out, but kind of a lot of the reason I want to get started on this, even though it's a little bit disconnected from other stuff we worked on last week, is just I want to make sure that what I have in mind for this is doable. And also I'm just excited about it. Ooh, Silver has posted a video about the credit card PDA. I love it. Oops. I'm trying to... I wish Discord did not have its own weird right-click menus, but there's the link that Silver shared in Discord. Okay. So... yeah, it's pretty square, but I think it's a little bit wider. Y'all can't see what I'm doing, but I'm actually measuring it just because I'm curious. Yeah, it is a little bit wider. I'm just thinking. I feel like I'm a little bit more feeling buttons on the bottom for whatever reason. Like I really like this weird credit card PDA, but I picture the buttons on the bottom. I'll probably end up throwing this all out, but I'm just going to kind of rough in like a device shape. So we can have something to get started with here. One thing I really wish you had control over in this is the radius of the corners in the round rect. I'm pretty sure there's not any way to change that. You get one radius and that's all you get. If you want anything else, you would have to like do a polygon and click a whole lot just to get a rounded looking corner, and it would probably come out terrible. Man, what was I? Oh, right. It was the Palm Trio. It had kind of a nice... Oh, maybe that's not what I was thinking of. Was I actually thinking of the Newton? Or maybe it was a different trio? I'm just Googling reference here because I swear I looked at something that had kind of a nice button layout. Okay, the Newton didn't have any buttons. Well, okay, yeah, it does. It's got kind of a row of like touch buttons directly below the screen. Interesting. There's so many choices here. But like this trio's got a thing kind of like what I drew here in the middle. And then it's got Okay, so on the side of that, it's got like two buttons that are like longer, but then like on screen it tells you what those buttons do. So they're kind of like contextual buttons, which is maybe not a bad choice. Like I'm thinking both about what would look interesting and then what would get us all the behaviors we need. But I feel like we want at least up and down arrows. Actually, maybe we shouldn't worry about left and right, because like my thought is we'll have a screen. Like the main thing we're doing on the phone is looking at messages in like an email type program. So we need to be able to select different messages. We could just do that by like clicking on the screen, but I feel like if we can press up and down arrows and the like OK button, and then maybe we just need back. So up, down, select, and back. We also need to type in the password to unlock it, which I've been thinking like we could have the player actually type that in the text area, or we could have them click on button. Like we could have like a, like if you unlock like a modern cell phone, it brings up a touch keypad where you just type it in or whatever. So we could do something like that. And then we also need to be able to get on the Wi-Fi, which I think again is something we can do with just up. So we have like maybe our main interface has icons. That interface on that weird credit card device Silver posted, like something simple. It's just got like a few different large icons, and we select one of those icons and then press OK. So we go into the settings, and maybe it just takes us directly to the Wi-Fi settings, just to kind of simplify things. And then we select a Wi-Fi network, which obviously there's only going to be one. Either there'll be no Wi-Fi networks if you are not at the library, or there will be the Wi-Fi for the library. And then you press OK to select it. So yeah, I think those are the buttons we need. Baltimore, good to see you. I've been just muttering to myself about user interfaces and not looking at the chat. I hope you're doing well. Maybe look up the Palm Zir. Interesting. I will Google that. I made my screen resolution bigger today, so I'd be able to see more on screen at once, but apparently it's still not enough. Zir handheld. Yeah, this is a very similar to a Newton almost. Like this little section at the bottom of the screen is kind of like what the Newton has, but then it's also got some buttons below that. It's got this weird little, I'm going to draw it. What are those? Like one has like, it looks like a calendar icon on it. So I guess that opens your calendar and this opens your contacts. Like this has like a little contact card type of thing on it. That's very weird. And then it's got a weird button over here that I guess is like power or something. Fascinating. Posted a few of my favorite old school Palm designs and media sharing. Nice. I'll look at those in a second. Mai Tais. Nice. Yeah, you mentioned you were going on vacation. Fantastic. In Hawaii for my 10-year anniversary. That's wonderful. Also, happy anniversary. I hope you are having a fantastic time. All right, let's check out some stuff in Discord here. Got the Palm Zero. We got a Palm 3, which is a similar-ish design, but with a very different button layout at the bottom. And then a Palm TX. So here's what I'm thinking is, I like these weird little, like, it's like a single group of buttons. So like we could have something like this. And then I guess this is our home. No, we need a select button. So maybe this says OK. And then over here we have back. Or I guess... Thank you for the loon. Maybe we should do left and right as like forward and back. Thank you for all the loons. You've entered the Plover Room. Or the fountain in Enchanted Scepters. Thank you for the fanfare culinary. I did add a few new ones. I think I'm at my limit now on, what's it called? Soundalerts.com. They let you add 10 different sounds that are redeemed with points. Thank you for the scream, Baltimore. I love that scream. Hello. Thank you for the loon, Bolt, and the hello, Silver Streak. I like it makes sense to do. Shoot, no, that's not right. To do just like 4 directions arrows, so like this is okay and this is back, but I don't think I like it. Thank you for the flesh bolt. I think I like this okay and then up, and this like the big okay button I think is important to make it clear how to select something. We want to have easily understandable UI on our device here. And then I guess back here is just our like go back button. It's like a little curved arrow. I drew that very poorly. Is there a button we could put over here that would make sense to kind of balance out our design? I guess let's think about how you first get this device, you pick it up, I guess it's off. It could either be off initially and maybe you have to press a button to turn it on, or it's already on and just displaying the passcode screen. What makes more sense? I guess if we're doing this puzzle where you have to replace the battery, I think it makes more sense to make you turn it on. I also just thought of, we're going to have to at some point have an interaction where you install the battery. But I guess that's just going to be done with keyboard, with the text parser. We could also maybe work into like the design of this screen. We could have like a little like battery, like a hint of a battery compartment off to the side. That might be important. Hello, Kyle and Eric. Great to see you. Yes, we are designing basically a PDA, a little handheld device. We're just kind of trying to figure out what kind of button layout we want here. So it's going to be pretty simple. We're going to have up, down, okay, back, and then I'm trying to figure out what we want over here, which I think I've settled on. We want a power button. So I guess that's going to have your little power button symbol. Did I do that right? So yeah, so overall we'll have lots of screen. We'll have this little button layout. We have the back button, the power button, and then off to the side we'll have like a little compartment. I don't know, maybe I'll say battery next to it. Is there an icon, a typical icon that you would use for a battery compartment? I can't really think of anything. So maybe text is the best we can do. Yeah, we could have a tiny little icon of a battery. Yeah. That might look decent. Okay. Oh, Silver said, go weird like the Rex, up and down, but they're diagonally split. Because if you're in an email, back brings you back to the email list when you hit back again, but home immediately brings you back to the main list of apps instead. Yeah, like we could do that. Like I think on a real device that would make sense. But like in our game, the majority of the time is going to be spent in the email interface. And once you're in there, there's not really any reason to back out of that. Can you add a boss button? That would be pretty great. So I don't think there's really any need to have a separate home button. Also, mess with the player by making the battery icon for a normal battery, but the actual battery is a watch round battery. That would honestly be pretty realistic, I think. I'm looking at this latest Zaire photo you posted. It's got the same like calendar and contact card icons, but also like a photos icon and a stylus icon. Fascinating. I love weird old technology. I wish it was easier to like play around with all these different devices. Like somebody should make a hands-on museum where you can try old technology. Okay. And then what kind of icons do we want on our home screen? So we talked about email is going to be our main feature. So like an envelope icon makes sense. Pretty typical. And then, so we're going to have some kind of setting screen that you have to use to get on the Wi-Fi. I think just having like a typical, I'm just going to go with a gear for now. This is going to come out very poorly. I'm doing my best. And then what else? We could have basically a boss button on the home screen, which takes you to like a little spreadsheet that doesn't actually do anything. So let's add an icon that's just like a little chart of your stocks going up, I guess. I don't know. And then I feel like I mentioned some other icon on the home screen, but I'm drawing a blank right now. What do you have? Current icons. We have. I guess I was kind of drawing off screen. So we have mail. We have a boss button, which is just going to be a spreadsheet that you can't actually do anything with, and then something question mark, and then settings where you will go to get on the Wi-Fi. So these are our two important icons, but I like a grid of 4. And then even though it doesn't make sense, like I think when you press up, down, or maybe you just click on them directly. Yeah. But we could support the up, down arrows to go from, like left to right, and then go to the second row. Notes app that just has credits in it. Well, we have our credits accessible from anywhere. Ooh, a music note that is a music player. And then it just plays fanfare and nothing else. That's kind of fun. That would be kind of fun to program. We could put basically like our own little soundboard in there that lets you play any of the sounds that we have put into the game. And plus we could maybe put another like one in there if we don't use any of the existing music options. That'd be fun. And I don't think it'd be super hard to do. Although I am a little worried that this is going to end up being a lot more work than I expect it to be. I'm thinking. One thing I just thought of is the PDA doesn't necessarily have to be one room. Like we could actually program it so that each of these apps is its own room, which would simplify the programming a little bit. Like I think that would be doable. I hope I don't regret these ideas. I guess if nothing else, we can always take out these extra icons, or just, I don't know, maybe it pops up an error when you try to click on them. They don't work. But okay, we're gonna put a little music icon here. So this will just be your typical little music note. So yeah, that's our device, sort of. I'm open to adding details. Actually, sorry, I bumped the mic. I want to look at these Hello Kitty devices again. Okay, I'm also looking at the Shell phone. The Shell phone, like, is most interesting from the back. Like, when it's open and you're looking at it, using it, there's not a lot of interesting detail there other than an unusual shape. But then we have these Hello Kitty devices that have... Ooh, I like the idea of interestingly shaped buttons. Like, we have star-shaped buttons. We have a button that's shaped like Hello Kitty's head. Oh, this is... I noticed what's going on here. I'm going to share this again in chat. So, like, on the phone on the right, I think what's happening here is there's this, like, button grouping where, like, the center button is shaped like Hello Kitty's head, and then the outer buttons kind of form a bow shape.
Cute.
Which is fantastic. And then on the left is a little bit more normal, except we have lots of star-shaped buttons, which is pretty fun. So how could we cutify our interface a little bit? I don't want to go too wild with it because I got to draw this with these very limited drawing tools, and also like it's kind of a bummer that we can't put any color into it. Just because, like, that would be a good way to communicate, this is like a cutely designed device. We could give it little cat ears, I suppose. Is that too goofy? I'm trying to think of what I could do with these button shapes that actually makes sense. I guess the OK button could be a star. Or a heart. Actually, that might be fun to have a heart-shaped OK button. I kind of like that. And then we just do a similar kind of... I guess that kind of... Ooh, new thought. it's maybe a little less obvious, but we could have the button configuration split here. So this goes down and this goes up. And then this is okay. And then we continue to have, I don't know, this is back, and then this is power. Something like that. It's a little more fun than what we had before, I feel like. Read recently that Hello Kitty is not a cat, but a girl who looks like a cat. I'm not sure what all the implications are, but she may be an eldritch horror. I mean, she's Hello Kitty. I do think it is correct that Hello Kitty is not considered a cat.
Yeah, I remember the original discourse, I guess, about this revelation, and I feel like it pops up periodically when other people discover it for the first time or remember it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's a concept that is not abnormal in Japanese culture.
Mm.
Like, I feel like Japanese people learn this, they would be like, oh, okay. But, you know, Americans, English-speaking people are like, what do you mean? And her boyfriend, Dear Daniel, is also a little girl? Which is true. That's also part of the canon, apparently.
Right.
Like, she's not a furry. She is a concept
Right.
of a little girl that is expressed as a cat.
Right.
Or something like that.
I'm thinking about how the whole, like, Goofy and Pluto situation, which I feel like is...
That's fucked up.
I was going to say it seems a little bit similar, but...
No, I don't. I think that one's just fucked up.
All right, that's fair. 67 says, some of my favorite recent junk is the Universal Hello Kitty merch. Like the Jurassic Park logo with Hello Kitty in a dinosaur onesie?
That's
Wow.
very cute.
Fascinating. Culinary says, Goofy is a funny animal, in quotes, and Pluto is an animal.
Yeah, that sounds right.
That sounds right to me as well. Okay. I don't know if this is going to be final, but let's go ahead and draw in a button layout like what I have here. Let's see how it looks on screen. I'm trying to remember what to click on here. Oh, heck? What you hecking about?
I googled Universal Hello Kitty, so I'm looking at the Universal Orlando shop, and they have a whole bunch of Sanrio character merch, including this square Choco Cat plush. I've turned my computer around.
Sorry, I'm trying to adjust my brightness because the screen seemed very bright.
Chat can see my computer, apparently.
A little bit. It's kind of small, though.
It is small.
What is that exactly?
It's a plush that is a cube that is also Choco Cat.
It's a Choco Cube.
It's a Choco Cube.
Nice.
It's a Choco Cat square plush. It's $21.95, and I want one.
Okay, so we can do another... Is that just a regular rectangle? Is that what I wanted? There we go.
This collection doesn't seem to include the Hello Kitty in a dinosaur onesie, as described, unfortunately.
It's a shame. Okay, so that's like our main button thing. And then I'm going to try to draw a heart. And honestly, my success at this could determine whether I just abandon this idea of cute-shaped buttons entirely. Let's see how I do. I can already tell this is not going to go great. Okay, that came out better than I thought. That's not so bad. Okay, I could live with that. And then we'll need to have some... Ooh, I wonder if I should just do bitmaps for these buttons. That would let me perfect them more, and also it'd be a little easier to tweak, just like draw the little like icon, like the OK text will have to be bitmapped unless I like try to draw the letters with the polygon tool. So maybe we'll just go ahead and make this whole thing a bitbox. And we can capture bits. Let's see, can I just copy that? Oh, I think that worked. It's just, it's way down there, so it's not actually visible on the clipboard screen. Okay. So I'm going to take that into Mac Paint and see what we can do over in Mac Paint. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so that didn't quite work out. Okay, well, I think this is going to be the same, but let's try copying it off the clipboard. Yeah. Huh. I don't know if there's any way to solve that. But we can just move this up and then copy. Okay, that'll work better. It's too bad you can't do like a long-term prediction on Twitch, can you?
How do you mean?
I was thinking it'd be funny to do a prediction of how long it'll take me to finish this game. But like, I don't know how long that'll last before it just goes away.
What the limit is, like, I think you have to choose an outcome within 24 hours.
Okay, yeah. So that's not useful for this.
Yeah.
Predictions stay current stream. Yeah, like I'm not going to finish it today, so that doesn't work. If it feels like this is dragging on too much, I will probably, do more work off stream. But like, I want to try to keep anything, major decisions on stream so y'all can give feedback and stuff. And then I'll just like finish things up off stream. Okay, so I think I'm actually just going to redraw this, but the heart is probably close enough that I can tweak it. Also, I'm just noticing this is a much nicer round rec. Like, those corners are much better. Very interesting. I just remembered we have this cool brush mirror interface. Is that? There we go. Okay. It's hard to find the middle. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to actually make for a better heart, but I'm going to try it. It's really hard to get just the middle. This is so hard. That's too big. That's not bad, but it's way too big. Okay. Let's stick with what we had and clean it up a little. Oops, no grid. There we go. Nope. Keep clicking the wrong thing. How you doing back there?
I'm a little tired.
I can tell. I'm not tired because I keep staying up too darn late. It's kind of a problem, honestly.
You're not tired because you stayed up too late.
Yeah, and then slept in very late.
Okay, well, you didn't mention that.
My schedule has shifted very late.
Yeah.
Later than I would like. I find it very hard to adjust my schedule back to a normal one because that would require me to go to bed before I am tired. And I am far, far better at going the other direction. That's looking pretty good. Like, it's not symmetrical, but I'm okay with that. So let's move this heart down to this much better rectangle. Collier says, oh, my sleep schedule is effed. I am at least very fortunate in that it's not a major problem for me to have a messed up sleep schedule.
Perhaps you should go outside and dig up a grapevine.
Perhaps.
That made me very sleepy.
Yeah.
At the end of the day. Although we are out of grapevines to dig up now. But I'm sure there's other things you could dig up.
I could just I could go all Kevin Bacon and dig up the whole backyard.
There you go. Then we wouldn't need to pay people to come to mow the lawn.
Ooh, 2 problems solved.
Although we already paid them for the year.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how to draw some arrows here. Just, yeah, we don't have any way to get an arrow, I don't think. I guess I'll start with a polygon and then I'll tweak it by hand. Well, that's terrible. Maybe I'll just draw it by hand. I'll give it one more shot.
What are you trying to make?
An arrow.
I see.
I guess actually this one's supposed to be down. Salt Ranger says, my sleep deficit is so profound that I can go to bed quite early but rarely do. I have big plans for getting 9 hours a night after this next week. It's not too bad. I'm trying to I want these buttons to look like real, well, I guess actually this arrow I'm drawing is something printed on, now that I'm thinking about it more. But I do want to try to, especially since we're making this whole thing a bitmap, I want to try to make this thing as a whole look like it's real buttons with like a thickness to them, which might be a little tricky, but I will do my best. I just think it'd be more fun if it looks like an actual old device. I guess this should be filled in. Don't know if we want it filled in all black. Probably. I always have a hard time drawing an arrow shape like. Like at a low pixel resolution, I can never decide what what looks the best to me. That's not bad. That's kind of what I was going for. Let's see, and then we can copy and paste that and flip it. It looks a little off center. This is a little technique I still use to this day, which is use the marquee tool to give myself a guideline to see if things are lined up. Also useful for making sure things are centered. For example, you can do a little box here, and then you can move this over here and say, okay, so that's a pixel wider there. That's a pixel smaller, and then this is a pixel wider as well. So I'll move this over 1 pixel. That's pretty good. And then we need a line down the middle. I guess I was about to say, why does that all look weird? But I guess it looks weird because the heart is lopsided. But I kind of like the lopsided heart, so I don't know that I want to fix it. I could very easily fix it, but I don't know if I want to. So let's get some OK text in here. I guess I'll type OK, and then we'll try different options. So, well, that's something bolder. Relatively small. Ooh, Chicago only looks good at 12 point. Courier, that's probably not going to look right. Courier's a no. Geneva's pretty good option. Can go a little smaller with that one and still make it look good. Ooh, that's nice. Might have to go with that, but let's continue trying options. I think Helvetica is a little bit worse than Geneva at smaller sizes. Oh, that looks better than I expected. Monaco is a monospace font, but it actually looks pretty good. Although, oh, what? Huh.
What?
It's with these 2 letters. It's like identical to Geneva. Okay, yeah, it's just those specific letters. Fascinating. That's unexpected. Palatino and Times are not going to look good for this case. Okay, so we'll go with Geneva, which apparently would be identical to Monaco. Hello, Uli Witness. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Isn't everyone's heart lopsided some days? Sure, for sure. Okay. So now, like I said, I want to try to make these look a little bit more like actual buttons. So this is going to be a little tricky, but I think it's worth putting some effort into just for like getting the like feel that I'm after. Like I was trying to think of how to describe. Like I want it so you get this close up and you're like, oh wow, this is like some weird old device, Since we don't have a lot to communicate with, we don't want it to look like it's just some touchscreen buttons or something. I keep wishing I could do something that's in between normal size and fat bits mode, but unfortunately that's not an option. Gotta get our corners just right here. Okay, so that looks pretty good. I continue to want to press spacebar to switch to the hand, but that's not how MacPaint works, unfortunately. Yeah, I tried. So let me give another example. This is some text. Text okay. So that's Geneva 9-point bold. And then if I switch to Monaco, it's very different, but the okay in particular is identical, which is kind of wild. It's going to take me to the wrong spot. Where is it? I don't know how you... Okay. It's just got to click where you want Fat Bits mode to zoom into. I don't think it matters what you click with.
Have you considered Take Break?
I have. I have very much so. Xenolon says channeling Susan Kerr and quietly judging the font choices but not commenting. Yeah, Monaco is a monospace font. Thank you for the fanfare, Salt Ranger. And Geneva is that's a actually I'm pretty sure Susan Kerr did Geneva and Chicago. I don't know if she did all the early Mac fonts. Does anyone know? But if anyone is not familiar with Susan Kerr, she did a lot of UI design, like especially did a lot of great icon design for early Mac stuff. So I'm trying to think of how I want this. I should look at some reference photos here for how exactly I want these buttons to look. Like there's typically a gap between the physical buttons. I'm just trying to decide how to draw that exactly. Check out these ones in Discord. I guess just a thicker line is probably going to be the way to communicate that. All the city name fonts were Susan's. That makes sense. I was thinking that, but I wasn't sure. At least the bitmaps, yeah. Oh god, now I'm thinking about like non-bitmap versions of Chicago, which like still get used sometimes. That looks so bad. Some fonts should have remained bitmaps. Okay. So I'm just gonna experiment here with actually having a gap. Just kind of want to see what that looks like. I'm kind of reconsidering my design here a little bit because I feel like now that I'm drawing this with pixels, it might come out better if I have our OK button, and then these buttons are just kind of like this. So like more of a separation. I kind of think I like that better. And it'll give me more of the look I'm after without like I just, with working with, monochrome pixels, I feel like what I'm trying to communicate is going to get lost with this design. So having a more emphasized separation might work better. Actually, before I do this, let's save. Just in case I regret what I've done here. Games, World Builder, untitled game. There we go. Okay, so PDA buttons 1. And then we'll go ahead and right now do a save as PDA buttons 2. So what I'm going to do is erase some of what I've drawn in the center. And then I'm going to basically draw another heart around this one to give it that like beveled edge depth to it. And then I will redraw the other button outlines a little bit because I think those are going to end up a little smaller. I'm just going to go ahead and delete most of these lines because those are easy to put back. I would love it if I could just, like modern programs could easily give me another shape around this heart that like is exactly what I want without having to redraw it. I guess I'll start. We'll see how this goes. This might go poorly. Maybe the polygon tool is better. We did start with the polygon tool after all. Yeah. Okay, I like that. It's got that big chunky look I wanted. Oops. Okay, so let's clean this up now. Whoops. I'm looking at this okay zoomed in, and I'm honestly a little tempted to just go ahead and tweak it I'm going to at least experiment with this. Because, this doesn't need to match anything. And I just want a really nice, really bold. Okay. This might end up looking terrible, but we'll see how it goes. Honestly, it's so hard. Like the type on my layout that says camera and notepad. Like I drew that text myself. It's very hard when you're creating small typefaces. It's because you have so few pixels to work with, you frequently run into situations where you want two things to be like a similar size, like, could be weight or like just length of line or something. And like, you just have to ultimately choose between two options that aren't quite right and just, go with whatever seems okayest. And I think that's kind of the problem here. I kind of like that though. Yeah, I think I like that. It looks a little bit more like it's an okay that's part of our button than just some, text we typed out and plopped on there. I have been not looking at chat. I apologize. Too focused on my work. New York was basically Susan's take on Times. Geneva was her take on Helvetica until they actually licensed the originals. And Courier is a non-care font as well, though Monaco is unrelated to it. Gotta say, I don't miss the limited drawing tools from the classic Mac OS days. Yeah, it's been fun to do stuff in Mac Paint as well as World Builder. But for something where I am more concerned about getting the actual final look that I want, I am very glad to not have to be limited to these tools. Eli Witness says, I do, however, miss having proper tools at all. My Sketch just creates a single object and then switches off the tool, and many other drawing apps today have no tool palette either, and I'll never understand. Yeah, overall, I really like Sketch, but there are certainly little things about it that I don't love. And yeah, the way it does drawing tools is a little odd to me. But yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like ultimately any program is going to have something that some people are not quite happy with. Certainly in creating software myself, I find that sometimes you just gotta go with what feels right for you, as the creator of the program. And sometimes you can find a way that gives you an option to tweak things a little bit and make them work more for a wider number of people, but sometimes you can't get there. Just trying to clean this up a little here. The thickness between these two lines is not super consistent. Whoops. So it's a little tricky to determine what to tweak. Like, again, I don't want this to be perfect, but I do want it to look, I guess, intentionally imperfect. I think that's looking pretty good. Yeah, that looks great. So I'm very happy with the heart button now. I will definitely, I think, add some shading to this. So like, we'll assume light source is kind of coming from the top. So like we'll have some shading on the bottom part of that beveled edge. But I'm not going to do that right now. I want to focus on drawing the outlines, and then I'll save it, and then I'll try the shading. That way I can change things if it doesn't quite look right. So what we're going to do now is these shapes need to shrink a little bit, and I think the beveled edge on these shapes is just like a pixel too small now. I keep thinking, oh yeah, break, and then I'm like, well, I'll just finish this thing and then I'll take the break. Mm-hmm. And this is also how I stay up until 5 in the morning. It's a very similar process. Okay. Time to invent offset path for Mac Paint. Exactly. Oops. I probably should have just tossed out this inner line and redrew it, but yeah, it's better. Deluxe Paint. I'm not familiar with Deluxe Paint. Is that a Macintosh program or some other platform? Bill Appleton also wrote HyperDA, which was included with Mac Paint 2 for viewing its help. Interesting. And later went on to create SuperCard, the first HyperCard clone proper. Yes. I knew that. I didn't know he wrote HyperDA. That's interesting. Yeah. It's 4:45 here, though. I did just wake up. Yeah, I think that's better than the way I do it, probably, at least for dealing with the majority of the world that keeps a more normal sleep schedule. But that's just not how my body likes to do things, I guess. HyperDA was basically HyperCard in a desk accessory. Okay, fascinating. Like, the name was familiar, but I couldn't think of exactly what it was. Actually, let's delete this. This half looks good. So let's copy it, flip it. Something like that. Is that lined up? Yeah, okay. We're getting there. I love the way this is coming out. Okay, so I'm going to save, and now I'm going to take that break finally. I will just be a few minutes, go to the bathroom, get a snack, refresh my beverage, and then we'll draw some more buttons. I am a little worried that we're not making enough real progress here, so I might at some point kind of rough in the rest of the buttons and then skip on to other things, but we'll figure that out. I'll be back in a few. Okay. Eden Waith said, I think Deluxe Paint, often known as D-Paint, was often used by Sierra and I think LucasArts games in the late 80s. I didn't hear much about it, but the Art of Point and Click mentions it a few times in the interviews. I found a copy and ran it under DOSBox. Neat. Also, Uli said, Guybrush Threepwood from Monkey Island was supposedly first drawn in Deluxe Paint. Yeah, I did a little research when I played Wizard and the Princess into how the art was created for that, but I have never heard a ton about later point and click games, so that's interesting. Like the stuff I dug up about Wizard and the Princess was it was done on a tablet. Shoot, I can't remember the type of tablet. But it had this interesting interface where like you put a sheet, you draw the thing you want to, get into the computer, and then you have this thing with an arm on it that, has like a pointing device on the end of it, and then you kind of trace over your drawing. And then like Ken Williams wrote a program for it that, took the input and converted it into the vector, data that they wanted to get. But yeah, I definitely should look into more about those later drawing tools. That would be interesting to learn more about. It's a really cool pixel art tool from the Amiga that someone made a modern port from and open sourced it. Let me look up the name. Oh, it was D-Paint. That's funny. Check out dpaint.js, fully free, available in a web browser. Neat. Okay, let's continue drawing buttons. Oh yeah, also I mentioned, I wasn't sure how long I wanted to spend on these buttons, and Xenolon said, go at your own pace, it's your project. Yeah, like it's just a question of what do I want to do on stream versus doing off stream. It's honestly, it's kind of hard to decide. Like sometimes I'll like be working on stuff off stream and I'm like, shoot, I kind of wish, I was going through this like full process on stream just to share it in case anyone finds it interesting. But it's a trade-off. But for now, I will continue working on these buttons. So now basically I need another outline around the heart shape. Actually, let's make sure this is what we want. Okay, so everything is aligned on both top and bottom. So basically, I'm just going to kind of rough this in first, and then we'll adjust it. Very rough. Oh, right, I was using the polygon tool, which worked out much better. Okay. Yeah, only one level of undo. Honestly, probably one of the toughest things about working in these older tools. Eraser. There we go. Okay. Let's try that again. Silver says, I'm thinking about putting out a code bounty for someone to develop it into GDevelop, to integrate it into GDevelop as the built-in art tool. Interesting. Oh, I accidentally completed my shape by clicking too close to where I was. Okay. For a second there, I was worried it was going to make me do a closed shape to finish drawing. I just had to double click to end. These corners at the bottom and the top, I'll probably round off a little more. But that's kind of what I'm going for. Just because if these were real buttons, it wouldn't be that sharp. Seems pretty good. I'm trying to decide if I should have like, I'm going to go ahead and draw this the way I think I'm going to do it. Like I could just have these lines go. So like the inside of these buttons does not have the beveled edge on it. Because otherwise, if I do a beveled edge on the inside of those outer buttons, it's just going to have another, like yet another curved line to this area where we've already got like multiple curved lines. And I think that's going to be, like, it's already a little busy. But I think the shading will help make that work better. But I think this looks a little better than it would if we tried that other approach, and it also seems like a realistic way for like these buttons to be designed if this was a real device. So I think I dig it. So that's our aside from the shading, I think that's pretty much our main button. Trying to think of what to call this, like button grouping, I guess is the best way to put it. But then we need a couple of outer buttons. Like up here, I drew these kind of like half circle. Like this is going to be a back button, and this is going to be power. I'm just trying to decide. I think it would be easier to just make them circles, and I think I might prefer the look of that. Kind of like what I did here, but obviously this doesn't have the heart button. So let's try circles. Okay. This does have hold shift to make a perfect circle. You just have to start out that way. You can't change your mind in the middle of it. Oops, it's not what I wanted. Okay, yeah, that's even. Who can we do? Okay. Unfortunately, I can't hold Option to draw from the center, which I think would make it a little bit easier to do this inside circle. Ooh. That's perfectly centered, but it's a little too big. It's a pixel too big. And that's not perfectly centered. Let's try this. I think that one too small. We'll get there. Yeah. I don't love the way these low res circles are hard. Like, I don't like the way the this part of the circle has this kind of double pixel thing, but it's okay. It doesn't look bad. Actually, let's... If I get the selection right up to the edge there, then this one can be... Actually... Oh, okay, nice. So I'm holding down Option and Shift, which gives me duplicate, but then the Option gives me duplicate, and Shift limits the dragging to one direction. So I can bring this straight across and still have it lined up the way I want it to. And now I can flip it, and this gives me the correct spacing from the center buttons. So there you go. And then this will have back, and this will have power. I think that makes sense, because back should be over here for sure. Oh, these arrows are both pointing down. Whoops. There. Let's try using the same arrow here. Rotate. Flip. This might be a little big, but we'll see. Yeah, all right, that's pretty good. And then the power button. Like, I guess I'm gonna do the typical you know, it's like a circle with a line is the standard power button these days. I feel like it didn't used to be as common as it is now. I'm just thinking like on an 80s device, would you have had that design? Like, this is probably more of a 90s device. I'm just kind of thinking of what options are, more or less. Yeah, separate I and O on a rocker switch. Yeah, that's definitely more of the 80s approach, I think. But obviously we don't have that. Okay. The only other thing I could think of other than that standard icon is, you know, we could just have the text on or something like that. But I think the power symbol, if nothing else, we'll try it and see how it looks. And it's simple to draw, so that helps. Forgot to hold Shift. Just eyeball it. I'm just gonna add circles until, yeah, that's too thick. So we'll take out those, and then I'm gonna have to look up. Like, I feel like that's very close. I just wanna, I'm searching for power symbol. Oh, it's the lines on top. Okay. I felt like I was getting something wrong. But yeah, all these examples have the line on top. And I guess the exact, like the specifics of, you know, how far the line comes out of the circle and how far it goes in and all that seems to vary quite a bit, at least at the examples that Image Search are bringing up here. So yeah, I'll just go with whatever specifics look good to me, but we will flip this around. Yeah, that's interesting. 6-7 said when it became one push button, the glyphs were combined. You know, I'm familiar with the I and the O on a rocker switch as well as this design, but I don't think it has ever occurred to me that this was combining the two separate symbols. Is this? Oh, okay. The circle, the icon is a pixel either too big or too small. So I got to start over basically. Because there's no way to center it the way it's drawn right now. That looks right. Man. The bummer about this is I liked that two pixel line in the center, but now I have to choose between a 1 pixel line in the center or a 3 pixel line in the center. They both look bad. This is the fun of drawing a low resolution icon. I have dealt with this so many times over the years, and I hate it. But there's nothing you can do. I could solve this by completely redrawing these circles and making them an even number of pixels big. I might actually do that just because this is bothering me so much. Make the 3 pixel taller, it'll look fine. It doesn't though. I mean, it'll look better than it does now, but I won't be happy with it. Yeah, that bugs me too. I was like, maybe we can fudge it and just have it off center, but no, I hate it. I hate all of it. Just drawing this down here because I'm not committing to doing this yet. It's also like it'd be cool if I had like guidelines or, you know, show me how big this shape is as I'm drawing it, but I just gotta eyeball everything. Too big. Whenever I hear On Secret Crush typing behind me a lot. I wondered what she's typing about.
Silver posted something in Genshin channel in Discord, and that woke me up from my sleepiness.
I knew it was going to be Genshin. That's great. Okay. There. Okay, I've done it. I don't like the outer circle. These little bits bother me. Let's see if I clean them up by hand, if it looks better. Yeah, I think I prefer that. Oops. Okay. Yes. Good. I'm happy with this. Oh God, is that going to mess up anything else? It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. So let's go ahead and save this, and then I'm going to do another save as. Just I hate deleting a thing I drew. Even if I'm pretty sure I don't want it anymore. Okay. So I think this is going to be slightly off-center vertically, but I'm not worried about that. Yeah, let's move it up. And then once again, we will use our old Option Shift to get this exactly positioned how we want it. Shift again. Okay. Perfect. Rotate, flip. Is this going to be... Okay, I think that's fine. What? And that takes me to where I was. Sometimes we are gripped by deeply unsettling geometry. This is quite true. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, because it's got a single. So this is off center now, but I think this bothers me less than the other issue of the power glyph being weird. I couldn't tell you why, but it's just I'm able to accept it more. Three or two? I guess we want two because the line's going to be two. Pretty good. Silver said, "Oh geez, I'm glad I got those auditions recorded that day. I didn't realize the deadline was 4:25 for Nighthawks." Yeah, I thought you did realize that. But I'm glad you got it done right away. If you don't know what Silver's talking about, Wadjet Eye is working on a game called Nighthawks, and they did a open audition call, like people can submit recordings of some line readings, and they will pick the ones they like to be in the game. And Silver has submitted some recordings for that, and hopefully he will be in the game. We can hope, at least. That would be pretty darn cool. Okay, so I think we're going to keep going because we're almost done with these buttons. All we need now is a little bit of shading. And that will really make these buttons look great. So we might as well continue with it. The tricky part is exactly how to do this. I think I've just thought of an idea. Like if we had a modern program, like in recent versions of Photoshop, you could do like, I mean, first of all, we'd have like layers and stuff, and masking and all kinds of features. But, you know, like a really quick and dirty way to do this is we could just draw a selection and then we select the paint tool, and in Photoshop, we would continue to have that selection. And then if we use the paint tool, it would stay within the bounds of the selection. But we don't have that option here. So I think maybe the best approach is to kind of fake a similar approach. What I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a line that goes through the center of these beveled edges that we want to shade. And then I can fill in the bottom half with a pattern. And then I'll go back and just by hand remove the line. So that'll give us a nice, you know, smoother transition. I might even play a little with like kind of doing a bit of a fade, but we'll see. So just want to kind of get a line started here. Actually, I guess I'll draw the line a little bit up higher. Wait, no. That's not part of a button. Would love to have a guideline here, but what you gonna do? I think I got that right. I will say one thing. Years of having to do stuff like this, like just eyeball lining things up, has made me very good at being able to line things up just, you know, by sight. Like I can, I honestly frequently wish I couldn't, but I can often tell when something's just a pixel off just by looking at it. I think I want to use this like very medium gray pattern, but I should have saved before I started filling things in. I can't undo anymore. What did I? Oh crap. Okay, I'll do a save as. I'm not sure at what point I made the previous save is the problem. I think this is what I want. So I'm just going to continue with the line. This looks like chrome now, which we could go with, but that's not really what I want. I want a nice plasticky, like I want the look of like a rubbery, plasticky, kind of like almost cheap look. So chrome is definitely not what I'm going for. But once I erase the line, we should get less of that chrome look. And I think if I do a little bit of a fade, that might help too. Let's try that. Yeah, it's not so bad. Oh, I missed a bunch of chats. Tip for a nice 3D effect. Make the inner lines dashed, i.e. fill them in with the checkerboard pattern. But save first. Yeah, definitely. With no layers and one level undo, saving often is super important. But yeah, I was thinking that tweaking these inner lines so they're not solid would help. Does Mac Paint support Alt Drag to get the Move tool? To get the Move tool? You can, if you do Option or Alt Drag. Oh! Thank you. I keep trying to hit the space bar. Oh wait, does that actually work? I was on the hand already. Oh no, that doesn't work. It was just because I was on the hand. Okay, but yeah, holding Option doesn't seem to do anything, which is a bummer. I thought you had figured something out there, but no. Yeah, I don't think there's any quick way to switch to the Move tool or the hand, unfortunately. Like Photoshop, I'm pretty sure does spacebar for that. That's what I keep doing, so I assume that's how it works in Photoshop. A lot of things like, if you ask me to explain how anything works in Photoshop, I probably would have to try it first and then be like, okay, so this is what I do. All right. So let's do another save as. And then I'm going to try this. Oop. Okay. So I'm just trying to soften this inner edge, basically, by making it a gray pattern instead of the solid black, which I think is going to look really nice and give more of that like soft plastic look. I'm not sure if this is specifically what you were suggesting, but I think it is, and I agree it's a good approach. Okay, let's see how that looks. Oh yeah, that looks great. I love that. Very good idea. Thank you. Oops, that did not look great. I think HyperCard does that, or maybe it's Command. And since HyperCard was in some ways Mac Paint 3, I thought it might already be supported. Yeah, reasonable thought to have. Okay, so I'm gonna like disconnect this shape basically. So when I use the paint bucket on this line, it doesn't also affect the outer line. Okay. Nice. One thing, the more time I spend on this, I'm worried our weird little PDA interface is going to look like the nicest art in the whole game. But, you know, I'm okay with that. Definitely working in Mac Paint in particular it's so much easier to get the look that I'm after than it is using those vector tools. Honestly, like even just being able to zoom in would help so much. But you know, this lets me really tweak every little pixel pretty easily, which is very, very nice. Man, that looks great. So happy with this. I would love to do like a different button appearance, like a depressed button appearance when you click on them. But I think World Builders does not really support that, so I'm not going to try. Certainly if we were making this game in HyperCard, that would be more doable, I think. I haven't used HyperCard in a long time, but I feel like it was pretty good at that kind of interaction. Maybe. Anyways, there it is. I'm extremely happy with that. I think we're ready to get it into World Builder. We'll just go ahead and save that over whatever we last saved. Suggestion: the next component like this you do use HyperCard for drawing. Still arrow appropriate, but it has way more shortcuts and convenience features. Yeah, eventually, I think after we finish this game, I will get back to playing games for a little bit, but at some point I do want to do a series where I will stream some HyperCard games, and then we'll make a game in HyperCard as well. So I think that'll be, if nothing else, it'll give a lot more flexibility with drawing tools and everything. We could have done all bitmap art in World Builder. There were certainly some games like that, but I figured it made sense to kind of, use the tools that, it was intended that you use. And also, if we can keep the total game under 400K, then it'll allow it to be playable on any Macintosh, including the original. So I think that would be pretty cool. Okay. So, World Builder. Been in drawing mode for a bit. I got to remember how to do this other stuff. Yeah, we do have to figure out a name for our PDA. That's a good point. It's possible. I guess more than anything, I would like to call the device something other than PDA. So if we came up with like a name for the device, that might be something we could use to refer to it in game. I'll have to think about that. I think I'll think about that off stream, but feel free to offer suggestions if you have any. Xenolon said, Leibniz? I don't understand that reference. Might not roll off the tongue so readily. Maybe the Edison. And then, no, the Woz, which is pretty great. That's pretty nice. Yeah, some little reference like that might be fun. It's definitely the care, the sue after Atkinson's wife. I like these suggestions. Digital Buddy, that's also pretty great. Another thing to think about here is like, we definitely want it to be something relatively simple. I think one word would be good. Because in order to open the device and use it, you will have to type a command. Like previously, I was thinking we would accept like open phone or use phone, but since it's not a phone, we could still allow those commands to work, just in case people assume it's a phone. We can give some flexibility, but if we present like a nice simple single word name for the device, then it'll be hopefully obvious what you need to type. We can potentially add an option to use the phone in the menu, but that would be a little complicated because then we have to add code to update the menu on every single screen of the game. Which it's a small game. It wouldn't be too bad, but it's a little bit of a pain. Pocket Pal, personal assistant library. That's very nice. I think I will not bother to write these down right now. I will make a note of them when I go back through the stream. What I've been doing is sometime after the stream, I just kind of let the stream play, and then I work on stuff, polishing things up, and that gives me an opportunity to see any messages I might have missed in chat, and then also make notes about suggestions people had. Silver said, so that's the start of your Myst series then. I will definitely play the original Myst, if nothing else. I'm interested in playing all of the Myst games. I only played up until Riven, so I've never played any of the ones after that. But I might make that like a separate stream series. We'll see. I'll figure those details out when I get closer to it. But kind of my thought is I'll play I definitely want to play Cosmic Osmo, because that's like a personal favorite of Cyan's early games of mine. Maybe Manhole, definitely Myst. And it'd be nice to find at least one other interesting HyperCard game that wasn't from Cyan, maybe something a little bit different. But then my thought is we'll do those and then we'll make a game. Silver says, oh man, if you do try Uber, let me guide you around the DRC in Myst Online. Definitely. I think if I get that far into Myst, I will for sure be talking to you about a little collaboration. No promises, but I feel like there's decent odds I'll want to check that out at some point. We'll see. Although, I mean, I've got so many games I would love to stream. Let's see. I missed... Leibniz was also credited with creating calculus simultaneously with Newton. So that was my dumb, nerdy joke. I see. So many games, indeed. Oh, Shadows Doubt comes out Monday. I was wondering about that. You are planning on streaming that or no? I guess you said you weren't going to have time to do the Dare Drop thing, so maybe you're not planning on streaming it. Uli said, my favorite cheat, of course, is use Photoshop 1.0, draw in grayscale, then apply a dither filter and copy the dithered version into the final app. Interesting. I can't quite comprehend what you are saying, but it sounds like a neat trick. We'll make some kind of stream series around it, but not until after Beyond Good and Evil is done. Makes sense. Okay. Let's get our art in here. So we're going to delete these shapes. We don't need them anymore. I guess that should still be on my clipboard. Yeah. We might end up breaking these up into separate objects. I would say there's an extremely good chance of that. There's kind of two ways I can do this. I could make these separate objects, or I could just overlay invisible shapes on them to make them clickable. I'll probably just kind of mess with that off stream to figure out what works best, just because it'll be a little fussy and uninteresting. Obviously, we need to kind of draw the rest of the PDA. But we're getting there. That's certainly like one of the major components. I think I'll go ahead and rough in some more of this. But I will probably not worry about finishing all of it on stream. I don't know why sometimes the line turns invisible on me, but I wish it wouldn't. So let's see, we'll draw a screen shape. I guess we don't want the screen too big. If we keep the screen a little bit on the smaller side, then like I said, we're gonna make this work by like each state of the screen is going to be a separate like object, which the game kind of considers a physical object. But you know, we can just swap out different objects in order to change the screen state. So if we keep it on the smaller side, that'll kind of hopefully keep the file size down a little, and then also it'll be less for it to redraw every change in state, which might help on older computers. And then we also want to have a little bit of a chunk visible on the side here where we're going to indicate like a battery compartment. So we need space for that. See if I can eyeball some decent corners here. Hey, look at that. I did it. So yeah, something like that. I think that looks pretty great, honestly. And then we'll draw a little battery icon. I think I like the idea of actually, you know, drawing a tiny battery. This isn't like a super important detail, but it'll give the player something to click on in order to change the batteries. We'll also support, you know, some text options for that. Thank you, Kyle. I am very pleased with how they came out. Let's go ahead and fill this in with a color. Something like that, maybe. Let's try giving this a little bit more of a thickness. Ooh. That's a bummer. I guess... Oh, we could just put a black background on everything. Or I could just give this whole thing a 2 pixel. That looks kind of fun. Also, like, it's the battery compartment is sticking out a little, but like that seems kind of realistic. Like I could fix that, but I almost don't want to. It helps emphasize that it's like a separate piece of plastic there. Willie says, Star Wars Jedi Survivor Fallen Order sequel releases next weekend. I accidentally took off that Friday for a long Labor Day weekend. Accidentally. Yeah, there's a lot of games coming out. There's already too many games, and they keep making more of them and releasing them all at the same time. I'm currently I just finished Resident Evil 4, and I'm currently well, yeah, like I finished playing through it, you know, for the first time. The remake is obviously what I'm referring to. And now I'm doing a New Game Plus on hardcore mode and just trying to find all the little, you know, collectible type things and stuff, which is, with a game I enjoy, that is a process I enjoy very much, finding all the little hidden bits. Let's see. I've still got Metroid Prime remake sitting in the living room unopened. Tears of the Kingdom, that's what it's called, right? That comes out very soon. I've got that pre-ordered. I'm never gonna have time for all these games. I feel like there's Like Jedi Survivor, I'm very much looking forward to as well. I feel like there's at least one other big game coming out that I'm not thinking of. Oh, right, Final Fantasy 16. That's one that I'm like, I'm not super excited about. It's kind of like when before 15 came out, I was kind of not sure if I was interested in it, but then I got it and I played it and I really enjoyed it. So I feel like it'll probably be the same thing. Like, it looks really well done. It's just, I don't know. It doesn't really appeal to me in a way that makes me go, oh yeah, I want to play that. Like, it looks a little bit like, you know, they tried to just do a Final Fantasy that's a little more like Dark Soulsy or something. And it's just, there's nothing about it that's really catching me. You know, I keep seeing people mention Silk Song, but I can't remember what that is.
I think that's Hollow Knight.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's a sequel or expansion or what, but I am reasonably sure that's a Hollow Knight
Yeah.
thing.
I still haven't played Hollow Knight. I don't know if that's a game I would enjoy. Like, I get the impression that's like a challenging, difficult game. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
That's my impression of it also.
Silver says, I do not enjoy Hollow Knight despite it almost being made for me. Yeah, like, in general, I tend to not enjoy games that are designed to be very difficult. Like, what's the right way to describe what I mean? Like, I enjoy a difficult, adventure game or, puzzle type game, like difficult, think, like, I can't even form a sentence, which is funny because of what I'm describing, but you know what I mean. But like, very precise button presses and stuff tends to not be my thing. Yes, definitely agree that we need some depth to our screen here. I'm mostly just kind of debating how much I want to do with this right now. But I will go ahead and put in a little bit of an inner. This is another case where I wish we had different radiuses to choose from. Radii? I know how to pluralize words.
Radii?
Yeah. Oh, I miss Mac Paint so much already. I tried to make it a pixel taller and okay, yeah, so I thought we don't get any, like, I would love to hold shift to only move in one direction here, but that's not an option. Did that work? Okay. Pen, and then this. Yeah, something like that anyway. Kyle Nair said, I don't think it's challenging if you don't want it to be. Interesting. Yeah, I agree. Not all four sides would be better, but that's just kind of, it's trickier to do that way. It's trickier to have the shading I would like to have with the drawing tools in here. But I think that's something I'm just going to tweak off stream to see if I can get it to look more ideal. For now, I'm happy enough with this. Let's get a little bit of interactivity in here at least. I'm going to go ahead and save this.
Oh, does Lies of P have a date?
Ooh, August. Okay. Scene data, I think is what we want. Yeah. So this is where we start not quite doing things that World Builder was designed for. So already we have this room that is not really a room. It's a close-up of a device. We've already done some of the work for this with the way I set up the credits. So every time we go into a room, we set a variable. I'll go ahead and show that. We have this variable L1 that we're using to keep track of our location. I've been keeping a list. Again, a variable can only be set to a number, an unsigned integer. So we have like 0 on up. The upper limit is very high, so that's not a concern. Definitely, it's way higher than the number of total rooms we will have. So we just got to make sure that every time we go into a room, we set this number to the room that we're in. And then when we go into the credits, for example, at any time you can type credits and you will be taken to this credits room. And I'm opening the code for that. And then every time you leave the credits, we have this code that looks at what L1 is set to and takes you back to that location. So part of the reason I set this up was as kind of a test for what we're working on now, this cell phone or PDA interface. So now we have an extra bit of complication in that we need to have this same code in 2 places and also figure out how to, okay, I got it all selected. Actually, we want to change the menu also, so I'll copy that too. So basically, anytime we add a room, we have to update the code in 2 places now. But since we can copy and paste, that's not so bad. We just got to remember to do it is the most important part. We don't want a search option. And we'll say close in order to get out of the phone, the PDA close-up. Wait, cancel. Click. We want to allow back, close, or return. Those all sound reasonable. But we currently don't have a button to back out of this. And then the other thing we need to add, again, very similar to how I did the credits, is a way to open the PDA or like look at it. Firmament comes out in May? Oh no.
What's that?
That's Cyan's new game. I haven't played any Cyan game since Riven, but I keep thinking I need to fix that. I think I feel like I might have backed their last Kickstarter and never played it. I have a bad habit of doing that. But I might not have. But regardless, I did always mean to play that game and never got around to it. Okay, but yeah, I have no idea what to expect of that either. But I'm sure it will be of interest to me. Okay, so here's our credits. In that case, we just have a very simple check. Did the player type credits? There's no restrictions there because you could just go there at any time. But with the PDA, we need to make sure you have it. So for now, I'm just copy and pasting that, but we'll change it all in a second here. So let's see, we're just calling it PDA, I think, right now. So if PDA equals player, I believe is correct, then Okay, and now we can check if text equals open PDA. I'm thinking about how to do this. Again, the parser parsing is limited, so I'm gonna do a nested check here, so we can allow different verbs and also different nouns, and then get any combination of those two without having to type out all the combinations individually. So if they include open, use, look, those are all the ones I can think of at the moment. And then PDA, again, will allow phone, even though it's not accurate. I don't know, device. We might end up removing that one just because it's so vague. But for now, it's fine. And eventually, we'll consistently refer to this device by whatever we decide to name it. So we'll add that in later once we decide on what that is. Exit. This one should just be an end. Okay. So again, there's no way to combine or and in a single if statement. So that's why we're doing all these nested checks here. But if all these things pass, then we want to do the command, which is moving the player to shoot. What did I label that? Using PDA, maybe. I think that's right. And then we'll exit because we don't want to check any other commands at that point. So that should all be right as long as I use the correct names for things, which I'll double check. Ooh, a syntax error. Is this limited to just one Boolean expression? We can do multiple ors or multiple ands. I don't think there's a limit on how many you can have, but you can't combine them because there's no nesting. So you couldn't have ideally I would be able to put parentheses or curly brackets around this group and this group. And then, say and here. But there's no way to do anything like that. So you just gotta nest things. And where was my syntax error? I'm not sure what I... screwed up. What? If y'all see it, let me know. Oh, did I put too many? Wait, no, I think that's just because it's not indenting. Okay, I'm gonna cut this out. Okay, now the indenting is correct. So that, I think, is all correct. Oh, now that's correct. What is it? Player at should be correct. To using PDA. I think that's right. If then, exit end, end, end. I'm just going to try this again. I think there's still something wrong. Oh. I accidentally fixed it. End does work. Exit, you can end an if statement with end or exit. If you end the if with exit, then it will not, it's exiting the code. It will not look at any other code beyond that point. until the next turn, of course. Whereas end will continue to look at any code after that. Which on one hand, like, it's a reasonable way to do that, but it does make it a little hard to like understand what your code is doing at a glance. Okay, we didn't give the PDA appearance yet, but maybe that's okay. I think I just want to go ahead and see if what we set up works as expected. Okay, so on the ground you see a PDA. We don't actually see it, but it is here. So we can take PDA. You now have the PDA. And then we use PDA. Uh-oh. Oh, I forgot to check if I used the correct room name. And I bet I didn't. Yeah, I must have screwed something up. Because it didn't give me a... It didn't give me a what. So it understood what I typed. Room name. Oh, it's PDA open. Okay. Actually, let's name that open PDA. I don't know. I can't decide what naming makes more sense to me. Global code. I do occasionally like, there's a limit. It's a pretty high limit on how much code you can have in the global code, which seems to be the biggest limitation for a more advanced game. And certainly some of the stuff we're doing is on the more advanced side. I don't think we're anywhere near that limit. Like, I want to say it's like 10,000 some characters. But I also don't think there's any way to check. Yeah. Lots of things, like if I select a scene, I can go in info and see, you know, exactly how much text and code and other data. But I don't think there's any way to check that for the global code. Anyway, I don't think it's a concern. I'm pretty sure it's not a concern, but that doesn't stop me from being a little worried we'll run into a problem at some point. So let's go ahead and try first open PDF, open PDA. You can't open anything here. Okay. We'll possibly want to change that at some point. Like the way I've written the code, if you don't have the PDA, it's going to act like it doesn't know what you're talking about if you try to use the PDA. So we'll probably want to switch that around at some point so it says you don't have it or something like that if you try to use it while you don't have it. Take PDA, you now have it, and then we can open PDA. Oh, why didn't that work? Open PDA. Oh, you know what? The fallback open command check is before this in the scene code or in the global code. Oops. So it's hitting that before it gets to the code we just added. But we should be able to do use PDA. There we go. And now we're in our lovely new interface, which we can't do anything with. But we can actually let's make sure, yep, our commands are just close, and that works. And then we should be able to use PDA at any point, and then we close it. We're back where we were. And then another thing, you know, we talked about when we use it, first we need to unlock it, and then we need to get on the Wi-Fi at the library. So we can read the sign here and see that it says free Wi-Fi. So we can make use of our L1 variable with that as well. Oops, open doesn't work. Use PDA. So when we go into this interface and open the Wi-Fi selection screen, what displays there will check the L1 variable to make sure we are in room 2, the library entrance. Otherwise, you will not see any Wi-Fi networks available. Nice. I'm weirdly very excited and proud that we were able to figure out this kind of interaction in a game engine that wasn't designed for it. I kind of love, in general, like taking a really simple creation tool like this and just like finding ways to, you know, poke at it and kind of push what it was designed for in a way that still works very well. Like this is designed with a lot of constraints, but it has just enough flexibility that you can do a surprising amount with it, even things that, you know, probably weren't really intended or considered when it was made. Free Wi-Fi is not era appropriate for World Builder, so you could probably call the PDA a phone as well. Sure. And we actually haven't really talked about when this is set. But definitely, I have been intending that this is set well after World Builder was released. Given that, like, we have a pretty 90s device, I would say. But also, like, we're in purgatory. So, like, we're kind of, the way I've been looking at it is, like, a lot of the things in this place are kind of coming from the character's memories.
We're in the time is fake era.
Right. So, you know, this could take place anytime after the 90s. Certainly, I think it makes sense to assume that our character was probably a youngish age in the 90s, like maybe teen or 20s or something like that. But yeah, there's a lot about the setting and our character in particular that we haven't figured out yet. But I feel like, okay, that's been fine. At some point, I do want to at least come up with a name, and like I have some things in mind for the story that will kind of require us to fill in more of a backstory for the character. But we'll get to that when we get to it. For now, I think it's okay to just kind of work it out as we go. Good night, Silver. Thanks so much for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. Connect PDA up to a phone line and listen to those lovely dial tones. Beep boop static churn. Okay. Uli said, there's something very honest about retro games set in present day. Yeah, it is actually kind of a thing that I appreciate a lot. It's an interesting combination when it's done well. What do we want to do now? Obviously, first of all, there's this question of how much longer I should go, but I feel like I want to get a little bit more done tonight. So I'm just kind of going through my list to look at things we have. We could work on the phone some more and add a little bit more of an interface. But that will come down to me doing a bunch more drawing. I guess we could kind of rough things in. So maybe that's an idea. I guess we're gonna, so when we first find the phone, the PDA, it'll be off. So we'll press the power button and then we'll get a locked enter your passcode screen. So that's probably the next thing we would want to do. And we could kind of figure out how that interaction is going to work exactly. That might be worth doing. We also have various puzzles we need to put together. But I kind of think all of those involve adding more rooms. Which I think it's past midnight now. I don't want to start drawing an entire new room, maybe? Although I guess we could start drawing the upstairs hallway is just going to be a pretty simple design.
Yeah, just like rough it in.
Yeah, so we could start roughing that in. Maybe that'd be a good idea. Then I can finish that up off stream, and that'll give me another thing I can work on until next week. Brought this up earlier, but how about a grill cipher for the Wi-Fi password? I do not even know what that means. Please explain, and I'll be happy to consider it. Uli said, IMO, the strength of World Builder and HyperCard over other tools is that they had everything you needed, all the basic building blocks, but only that. Yeah, it's definitely 100% a strength, and also kind of a, like, I find it kind of freeing in a weird way to work in a limited tool. Like, to me, it's almost like I guess having constraints and having like very, very simple tools to work with is like a more of a fun challenge to try to experiment with what I can do. Whereas if I have, if I'm working with, if I just open up Xcode and I'm making a game in Xcode or whatever, and I have all these different modern drawing tools to make art in and stuff, that's like almost like, it's like I could do anything. So how am I supposed to decide what to do with this? It's a very different experience, and that's a lot of why I wanted to do this. Like I've mentioned in the past, I have spent a lot of my life starting to make games and then never finishing them, which, like, for the most part, I've been fine with. Like, I enjoy doing that, and like I think like the process is kind of almost more fun to me than actually finishing it. To some degree, but I would love to finish a game idea I've had someday. And I figured this would be a fun way to kind of, actually finish something, and also kind of bring back the aspects of it that got me interested in, doing these kinds of things in the first place. Perhaps the library is nice enough to have a sign inside which tells you the Wi-Fi password, but first you have to get inside. Oh, the Wi-Fi password. Oh, yeah, I didn't realize that's what Culinary was talking about. Yeah, my thought was that we would just have an open Wi-Fi network. So we don't have to have a password to get on the Wi-Fi. But I was thinking we'd have a password to unlock the phone, or PDA rather. We definitely don't want two passwords. But, I'm open to changing that. If it seems like having a password to get on the Wi-Fi is more interesting, we could do that. Okay, so Culinary said you have a matrix of symbols, letters, and numbers as the unsolved cipher. To find the hidden message, you have to lay a solution sheet, piece of paper on top with holes that reveal the letters of the message and their order. Okay, yeah, I think I did see your suggestion for that, and I commented on it briefly. But that is interesting. So, like, our bus stop sign would have the unsolved cipher. And then we find some sheet that we lay on top of it that basically points out the solution. I think that's a neat idea. And I think it's also doable within what we have available. Like the sheet would just be an item you find somewhere. And then, like, I already have roughed in here. You can click on the bus schedule and it brings up this close-up. So then we just have another version of the close-up, basically, that has the overlay on it. I think would be the best way to do it. And then that would let you see what the important information is. Definitely, that sounds like a fun approach. I like it. It's a good way to add a little bit of a challenge to it that isn't like, making the player solve a math problem or something, which, I'm not opposed to like a simple math problem. I don't want to get too complex with it, but I do kind of like that, more visual approach to it. Sounds fun. A bit like a puzzle in Gold Rush. Fascinating. When the iPhone first came out, there was a game idea I immediately had. I still haven't made it yet. Well, there's still time, as long as there's still iPhones. Kind of like the idea of phone outlets. On some screens, there are phone outlets, and you click on that to plug in your PDA and use it. Ooh, that is kind of interesting. So kind of Dead Space style in-world controls, but for your PDA. That is fun. Okay. So getting back to what we work on right now. Let's cheat. Let's get our key. Open the door. Oh no, there's a guy. Oh no! Okay. Okay, so my thought is maybe the thing I'll start on right now is going up these stairs. So you can go up, but it's just blank. Up here, we're going to have a hallway. There's going to be a bookshelf. That might be where you get the Electrolyptus book. I think that, obviously it makes sense to have a book you obtain be on a bookshelf. But we also don't have to do that. But I think that makes sense. And then also there's going to be a hidden switch that makes the bookshelf move. And you'll be able to get in a secret room there. And what I'm thinking so far is that is the room where you will find a person that you can interact with. My thoughts so far is that I want to have basically a puzzle to solve through interacting with this person. And my thought is that currently I think the best item to gain from that is the light bulb. It could honestly be anything. But I think the light bulb works because that is an item you need for a puzzle that's a little bit later in the game. So that part is important. Like any item you need for the battery plant puzzle would be fine. So, we could even have it so that the person gives you the book. But I maybe like, being able to get the book before you can necessarily get in that room and talk to the person and stuff, just, in case you happen to miss the secret lever or whatever, maybe it gives you some time to wonder about how to solve this book puzzle. So I'd rather make that an item that's a little easier to get. And then my thought with the light bulb is like, maybe they're sitting in this, like, it's like a little, study, like, there's just a chair and a little table and a lamp or something like that. And you're in purgatory. So obviously the people you encounter are not like real physical people. So my thought is, after you like successfully finish the conversation, they'll maybe just kind of fade away. And at that point you can take the light bulb. Whereas if you try to take it while they're still there, obviously they would object to you taking their source of light. Or, maybe you get some response that like would, point out how that's kind of rude. But that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. And as with anything, I'm always open to suggestions. The door sound could be a bit longer. Claire said, "Oh, that would be sick. Like you could stick your PDA into terminals and gather data from them." I do like, that is a very fun idea. But I think we'll just have to maybe tuck that one away for a future project, perhaps. We're getting to a point in the game where like I should probably reject ideas more often than I accept them, just to try to simplify things as much as possible. What I'm saying is we carry around a Rolodex Rex 3 and we call the game Rex Quest. Perhaps for our HyperCard game. Most rooms would just have a single computer in the list with a randomized name like Jane's PC, and when you click on it, the player says, "I'm not a creep. I don't cavalierly hack into others' computers." Perfect. Yes, yeah, like I'm not trying to, tell y'all not to suggest things. Like feel free to have fun with ideas. I am very supportive of this. Okay. Let's start drawing this little hallway here. So like at one point during working on this game, like I drew that nice perspective with the opening bus stop scene. And then we did the library, and I did a very straight on appearance just to simplify things more. And then I started doing more perspective in other scenes, and I a little bit regretted the straight on look for the library. But given that we already have some straight on shots, and they are definitely simpler to draw, I think we will stick with that approach for this upstairs scene. Because we do want to finish this game someday, more than anything. So I'm not going to try to do anything fancy here. So my thought is we come up the stairs and we're basically looking at a wall. Like the hallway stretches to the left and right. Unless we have a reason to, we won't be able to go anywhere else upstairs other than through the secret passage. So we'll probably show like one door off to the side. But, the door will be jammed or whatever. So you won't be able to actually go anywhere else until you open that passageway. Uli says, and who knows, maybe one suggestion solves the problem you actually have, and then we get the satisfaction of having been more than just a distraction. Absolutely. Like I feel like and hope that I've been doing a good job of like at one point, Kyle and Eric suggested, we find a key inside a book. And initially, I couldn't think of a good way to work that in, but then I figured out how we could work that into the our goofy battery plant puzzle. So, I try to do my best with stuff like that to, if there's something I'm not sure of, I try to draw from other people's suggestions and make it all work together. All right, so I'm going to start with a book. I'm just actually, I did this last week and I was like, that was a more fun way to do this and also help me figure out what I was trying to draw. So we're going to do a little sketch of this room, and then we can, do another sketch if it seems like it's not quite right. And then that'll give me something to work from. Yeah, see, already, like, I feel like we want the bookshelf to be big, but this is maybe taking up too much of the screen. Because again, I feel like we should have a door off to the side just to make it clear this is like a hallway that does go, like, we don't want to just have like a weird wall, it needs to look like something. I'm trying to think if we could maybe give a little hint of the top of the stairs over here. I think I could make that work. Just like a tiny bit of the top finial and post there, and then have the railing kind of come down. Let me just draw this again and try to get the bookshelf. Actually, maybe if I have the bookshelf off to the side, that's still too big, like that. And then we can have a door over here that you can't go in. And then the top of the stairs. And then the shelf. Maybe have a couple rows. This is also a place where we could put in lots of Easter eggs if we wanted to. We don't have to, but I'm very much open to having, so you can click on different books and like read the title. I do want to, I'm thinking, so we're going to have, at the very least, we're going to have a switch that opens a hidden passage here. We're probably also going to have an actual book, well, a fake book that you can find and take. I don't know that I necessarily want to do a, very, I'm trying to think of right way to describe this, like a, a heavy, like, you have to, click your way through every single book until you find exactly what you're looking for. So we should probably figure out some way to at least visually emphasize the important areas in some way. Another thing we could do is have a way to, like, there's a search command that's built into World Builder, so we could have it so that searching maybe gives you like at least a hint as to what you're looking for on these shelves. Skull as a bookend. That's a pretty nice idea. I'll draw a little skull in here. We do like a little skull. Okay. I'll give you a close-up so you can see my little skull. It's a very bad drawing, but you can almost tell that it's a skull. So yeah, I think that's a good layout to work with. I guess add a little detail. We'll have some trim along here. Do I maybe want a little bit of, yeah, we should have a little bit of the side of the shelf. That'll give us some visual interest there. So it's not 100% straight on. That looks pretty great, I think. What's it named? Agent Scully. I like that. Okay. Where do we start here? I guess just a rectangle for the shelf to start with. Light fixture. That's not a bad idea. I did have one thought, which is that we have this puzzle where you need to get a light bulb. And I already have on the front of the house 2 lovely little sconces with light bulbs in them. You can very much tell they're like, your standard light bulb, which is exactly what you will need for the puzzle. So I guess we have to just kind of write in some code that's like, oh, you can't get in there. Which is a little bit of a bummer. I kind of hate doing that. Oh, I don't have this selected. That's the problem. I was like, why isn't this working? I hate to like have all these things that are like obviously what you need for the puzzle, and the game's just like, no, sorry, that's not the one thing we expected you to get. But
I mean,
you
could have some text when the player clicks on the sconces outside that like describes them as being enclosed or something.
Yeah. It's just, there's going to already be a couple places where you can, see very clearly that's what you're after. It's just sure. The game won't let you have it. But as long as we're not overdoing that kind of thing, I think it's okay. And it might even be a little bit funny, especially if we can figure out some amusing wording when you click on those things. So we'll do our best with it, and hopefully that won't be the type of thing we need to do too often. But yeah, I'm certainly not opposed to having another very obvious light bulb on the screen that you can't actually take. Another thing I wish I had done with this game is settled on a consistent perspective. I guess part of it is like it's a little bit of a pain to go look at other rooms I've drawn.
Perspective, smirshmective.
Sure. So I guess my horizon line is about here. So I'll try to keep that consistent, maybe a little higher. It's somewhere in here, I think. Basically, I'm trying to eyeball where these 2 diagonal lines kind of converge. But I feel like somewhere up here is roughly what I've been doing for most of the screens. So if we stick close-ish to that, then we get a consistent viewpoint. So it feels like, the player is always the same height, basically. So this should be a little bit different. Yeah, that's good enough. Uli says, well, they're obviously E14 instead of E27 sockets, or whatever the US equivalent size names would be. Yeah, that's actually a fun way to deal with that. I like that. I honestly don't know if we have consistent, straightforward names for our different light bulb socket sizes, but definitely there are some that would be different sizes. Although now that I'm thinking about it, the thing you need the light bulb for is a puzzle where the socket wouldn't matter. Really.
Why wouldn't it matter?
Well, just because we're using the light bulb to grow a plant. We're not screwing it into anything. We're potting it in a plant.
Yeah.
So I guess that doesn't quite work. But we might be able to turn that into a silly response explaining why a particular light bulb isn't correct. Okay. Rectangle. I swear I keep making this a pixel wider, and it's not getting a pixel wider. There we go. Got there. So that's the top of our stairs. Now let's just go ahead and type in a little text here. You're in a hallway at the top of the stairs. As I'm typing this, I remembered a thing I kind of noticed the other day is that I've been starting all the descriptions with "you're in," like same two words every time, and it occurred to me that that's maybe not the best approach. Just like it's fine, you know, it's literally describing where you are, but just maybe we want to take a different writing approach, and I might have to like look at some examples of how other games do this, but I feel like generally they wouldn't start out every room description that way, but I could be wrong. It's just something I want to maybe think about. I kind of think as we get further along in the game, maybe at some point I'll go back, and I've already been tweaking text periodically if I notice something that seems inconsistent or just not worded as well as it could be. But I think later in the game I'll put a little more effort into perfecting things. Where do I want this to go? Something like that. I went too wide. Does that match what I did downstairs? Yeah, mostly. So we can make this a little wider. Okay. So I think that's kind of all we need to show of the stairs. I knew that was going to happen. There we go. Okay. With these tools, it's so hard to tweak something that's just like a pixel off. Okay, so let's draw a wall, which is just going to be a big old rectangle. Send back. Perfect. And then a door off to the side here. How tall should the door be compared to the bookshelf? Sure. You can always make up a justification like, I need a waterproof outdoor bulb, and then the ones in the world are interior bulbs and waterproof casings, etc. Yes. And just for completeness, the E designations are standardized, but where Europe mostly uses E14 and E27, US uses E10, E11, and E12, and calls them things like candelabra screw and Goliath Edison screw and stuff. Yeah, I'm definitely more familiar with like weird descriptions than anything as straightforward as like a, letter and number, which I honestly wish was more common. It just, that makes it easier to be sure you're getting the right thing. I forget. Can we do shift here? Oval. Okay. We can do shift. Get a nice round doorknob. Add some trim here. Okay, that's all our basic shapes. Let's put a little more detail in the bookshelf. I am thinking about how we're going to do the interaction on the bookshelf. Like, ultimately, the bookshelf needs to be a separate object. And then we'll have to swap that out with the, open appearance. One tricky thing is, how do we do that? A thing I keep thinking about, but so far we've kind of avoided it being a problem, is what exactly happens if you have two clickable objects in a room at the same time that overlap each other. I don't think there's any way to control the Z order, like what's on top. And I don't know how World Builder decides that. This is particularly important in this case because if we need to change the bookshelf, if we need to swap that object out when it's open, then we also need to have objects on top of it that are clickable to look at the books or whatever. There are a couple things I can think of to solve this. We could change it so that you're actually taken to a different room when you open the secret passage. So it's just like a room that looks identical, but has an open bookshelf. That could work. I do wonder if we maybe want to just take the safer approach and have it so the individual books are not actually clickable. We could still get in some, jokes by, maybe when you look at the bookshelf, it gives you a random book title each time or something like that.
That'd be fun.
Uli says, I've written several vector graphic editors, and the most annoying thing is always that rectangles are defined in code top left relative, but people like you keep dragging right to left. It does sound like a challenge to deal with. What? We still going? Yes, we are still going. It's getting late, but not too late for me anyway. I think Unsecret Crush is maybe at her limit. She's definitely melting a little bit. But yeah, I was up until definitely 5 something a.m., which is 5 hours from now last night, and that's been kind of a recurring thing lately. So left-handed Mike, that's me. Now you got me wondering if I frequently wonder if any weird thing I do is like a left-handed thing or if it's just not anything. But I'm wondering now if I guess where I start from when I'm drawing a rectangle really depends on context. I feel like I most often start top left and go down to bottom right. But, here, for example, I have to start top right. And if there's some other reference point that's in a different corner that is important. I will certainly consider starting there instead. I think that's too thick. Oh no, what did I do? Oh, okay, I just selected a background shape. Yes, Holly is right-handed. Okay. So I think I'm going to have 3 shelves. Like, I think if I just did one divider, that would make the shelves too tall. So we talked about this before. Baltimore said there must be chaos between you two using the same computer. So I actually use a mouse with my right hand. I'm trying to get it on screen. I do quite a few things right-handed, just because, when I learned them, I was like, how am I supposed to do this? Like, I'm a left-handed person, but whichever way I do this feels weird. So, if it's easier to just learn to do it the right-handed way, that is often what I ended up choosing. So yeah, and one of those things was drawing with a mouse, or doing anything with a mouse. But yeah, it's actually kind of weird to think of like drawing. Like I can only draw with a mouse with my right hand. I can only draw with a pen with my left hand. Like if I try to do either of those things with the other hand, like absolutely not. But yeah, it's very I'm trying to think of other things that I do. Like I play guitar right-handed. What are other things? Like baseball, I honestly, like, I feel like I've never been able to play baseball because both ways just feel wrong. I kind of think, I'm trying to remember if I skateboard or snowboard the normal way. There was a period of my life where I did my best to skateboard. I was never very good at it. And I've been snowboarding at least a couple of times, but I can't remember which way I went. But yeah, it's always like I just kind of take any individual thing how it goes, and whatever feels slightly less weird, I'll do it that way, and that's how I learn it. But yeah, definitely not having to like, honestly, I think, especially with a corded mouse, as they all were when I learned to use a mouse, like I could have swapped it to the left side, but that seemed like such a pain in the ass that, I learned how to use it right-handed, and it wasn't a problem.
I just want to call out that in 30 seconds, you will have been streaming for 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds.
Nice. I love that. Kicking a ball, left foot. 100%. Be very weird to use my right foot for that. I would do quite poorly at it. Probably not great with my left foot, but better.
4 seconds.
Frisbee, left-handed. Absolutely.
It happened. All fours. Now it's over.
Nice. It was a wonderful moment. I'm glad we were all here to enjoy it together. What was I going to say? Throwing a Frisbee with my left hand reminded me of a fun little story. One time, a long time ago, I was at the Might Be Giants show with my brother and some friends. And it was this very cool, I can't remember the name of this place. But there's a place in the area. I honestly don't know if it still exists either. But it was like on top of a parking garage. And there was a stage, it was a place designed for doing shows. But it also had like a big like grass field area. So we brought a Frisbee and we're playing some Frisbee before the show. And at one point I went to throw the Frisbee to a friend, and unbeknownst to me, my brother was like running at top speed up behind me trying to grab the Frisbee out of my hand. And I smacked him very hard in the forehead with my elbow. And then looked down, and he was on the ground, and he had to go get 27 stitches in his forehead. While actually, he might have. I'm trying to remember if he made it back in time for the show. I'm positive he made it back before the show ended, at least. But yeah, that was certainly an experience.
Deadly elbows this man has.
Yeah. But fortunately he was okay, and aside from having a scar that took a long time to fade, didn't seem to cause any other problems as far as I could tell.
Did you mention that this is your older brother?
Yeah, this was my older brother.
I don't know if that makes any difference in the perceived dynamic of whether or not you were bullying him. He is shorter than you.
I mean, he tried to grab the Frisbee from me. I was just trying to play Frisbee. He's the one that brought aggression into it. Okay. I feel like that's relatively even spacing. I'm trying to decide what to do next. I think I need a bathroom break. I don't want to go too much later, but I do want to go a little bit more. Friend in college threw a Frisbee at my face, full power at point blank range, and now I have a deviated septum? Holy shit. Yikes.
What's that Frisbee made out of?
I mean, I feel like Frisbees are pretty hard plastic generally. So, you know, if you do something like that close up, I'm not surprised that would do some damage. Jeez. All right. I'm going to take just a short break to go to the bathroom, and I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Let's see. I meant to type slightly more text than this. So here's an interesting thought. I've been trying to have a paragraph break in between like description of the room and then like things that are interactive, just kind of separate out what you can do. So in this case, we have a door that you can't actually use. So I'm just deciding, like, we could not mention it even. And then just, if you click on it or try to go anywhere else, we could, make it clear you can't use them. It's certainly not an ideal situation, but also like I don't want to just have a weird hallway that doesn't actually go anywhere. Like having the impression that there are other places to go is better than making it totally unrealistic. Yeah, I'm not gonna think about that right now. We'll worry about that later. I'm gonna go ahead and extend this because eventually when the bookcase moves, that will be visible. And I'm trying to decide, I'm going to have to think more about exactly how I want to do the sliding bookcase. Hello, Glitchbite. World Builder seems very similar to HyperCard. The memories. Yes, definitely some interesting similarities, and also developer of this got some advice from Bill Atkinson, the creator of HyperCard. Thanks for that follow. Great to have you here. But yeah, it's a neat little program. It actually reminds me, like, it's very strongly designed for creating games in, basically point and click style games with a little bit of like very simplistic RPG elements. But the World Builder manual specifically mentions that you could use it to create other types of programs. But they suggested making a game in it first, just to kind of, since that's what it's designed for, that's the easiest way to understand how it works. And I can definitely see how you could use this to make other programs, but I'm really curious if anyone ever did that. Whereas, HyperCard is very much designed to be a lot more flexible, so you could do a lot more with it. I see old school graphics instant follow. Fantastic. You'll certainly see a lot of old school graphics on my channel, especially old Macintosh stuff. So let's see. I'm trying to decide what to draw next here. We want to put some books on this shelf, so I guess I'll start. Just trying to figure out exactly how to do this. Maybe what I want to do is do a rectangle for each of these sections. I think I might actually delete the shelf part here when I'm done, but I'll leave those for now as guidelines. I'm doing this because I want to, like, the back of the shelf behind the books should be, in shadow, so I want those to have a consistent darker color. So this will make it easier to do that. So yeah, I should press my button here, the game button. If you go to my site there, robotspacer.tv, it will tell you a little bit more about World Builder itself, if that's of interest. But just to give you the short version, we're making a game in World Builder. This is the 4th week I've been working on this, just one stream a week. We're just kind of building a little game as we go, and I'm taking suggestions from chat for various aspects of it, and it's coming along pretty well so far. So we'll fill these in with a gray, and then I can draw some more rectangles on top of that. Every time I fill in a pattern and then draw on top of it, I immediately regret doing that. Just because it makes it hard to see the actual cursor and where I'm drawing the lines. So I might change that back. I'm struggling a little bit here with exactly how much detail to put in. Like, realistically, each book should have a little bit of perspective on this with the way we've drawn things. But I'm gonna do my best to resist the urge to actually put that level of detail in. Unless it feels like it's really necessary. Whoops. Hey, Junior Skeg, good to see you. Have you completed all the old school Mac games, so now you have to make your own? Certainly not. There's a ton of games that I missed out on. So, like, growing up, we had like, the first games we had, there are a lot of discs of just like shareware stuff that I guess my dad got from like people he knew that were also Mac users. Ooh, we got a play other sound. That's a rare choice, but thank you for doing that. One moment while I open up, let's see, Radio Sound 1. There it is. I'll play it again because it's kind of short. But thank you for that Radio Sound 1. So yeah, I had a lot of weird little Mac shareware games that I played. One in particular that comes to mind is a Daleks game from Doctor Who. I don't think it was officially licensed, but you, like, I guess we're playing as Doctor Who. You had a sonic screwdriver move that would, I kind of think, just kind of instantly defeat all the enemies directly around you. And like the way this game worked, you would move a square at a time, and like the enemies were constantly closing in on you, and you just kind of had to survive as long as you could. It was very simplistic graphics, but that's kind of a good example of stuff I played a lot as a kid. We also had a weird version of like a knockoff Wheel of Fortune that had one of the answers was Jen is shoveling shit. I don't know why that was in there. Very weird. I feel like it had a typo in it even. But yeah, we had a lot of weird stuff like that. And then, occasionally we would get like a much nicer like commercial game. So obviously I played a lot of Sierra games, whichever ones actually came out for Mac and that I was able to get at least, and stuff like that. Played a lot of Zork. That one game kept me busy for many, many hours. But even just Mac software alone, there's so much stuff I never had a chance to play. Oh, so we wanted a nice little skeleton on here. Maybe he's on the upper shelf. I think this just seems like a more natural spot to have a little skeleton hanging out.
An entire skeleton?
Oh, skull, excuse me. not a whole skeleton. I don't know if y'all could hear that, but Unsecret Crush from the other room said, an entire skeleton? Oh, okay, that's fine. Did I? Okay. Just making sure I don't have multiple books piled on top of each other here. It's kind of a struggle to figure out how to draw this and make it look natural, I guess. But this seems to be all right. I keep forgetting that there are keyboard shortcuts to just select the different drawing tools, but Command W for rectangle is definitely one I should be using more. Big time saver. Okay, there we go. And now I can fill this in again. And that gives us a little more finished appearance of one of our shelves. This is definitely a case where I would love to make this all bitmap, and then I could very easily put more detail in. Like I could hint at like the sides of the books and like give it a little shading here and there. But again, I don't want to do that because just to kind of keep the file size to something reasonable. And I could do the same thing with the polygon tools, or the vector tools rather. But it gets so hard to tweak things if you add in too many shapes. Yeah, I don't know why. What is Command R? Reshape polygon. Fascinating choice. I guess W-E... I'm just looking at the keyboard. W-E-D-G-G-F-T. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see any logic. Like, I was trying to figure out, are they picking keys that are, in a logical place, like physically, kind of the way we have undo, cut, copy, paste, all in these keys down here. But like, they're all kind of together, W-E-D-G-F-T. But then R is right here in the middle of that. So it almost seems like it would have made more sense to use R for rectangle and then pick something weird for reshape polygon. I don't know. I'm sure somebody had a good reason. World Builder probably didn't have Atkinson's image compression for its bitmaps. Ooh, that's a good thought for why World Builder relied on polygon stuff so much. I have seen some games that look like they're fully bitmapped art, but also it seemed like the loading of that art was not ideal. And again, I wanted to try to keep the game under 400K if we can, so... Now the question is, do I get lazy with the other shelves? Like, I could just copy all this stuff. We'll do the bottom shelf first. And as I'm doing this, I'm realizing, oh, the shelf is actually smaller on the bottom. And also, I can't flip everything as a whole. Like, if I flip everything that's selected, it will just... Oh, no, I can't do it at all. Okay. I'll just redraw them. I was thinking maybe I could select all those, flip it so, like, the whole row was flipped, and then it would, you know, look like it's not just the same thing duplicated, but not an option. Copy half the shelf. Yeah, I did think about that, but since the bottom shelf ended up smaller, I think I'll just redraw them. And I mean, it's not like this is hard. It just takes a few minutes. Especially if I use Command W, it's much faster. Oops, too high. Did it again. I'm trying to decide how we make our hidden switch stand out, or if I guess the first thing I need to figure out is how I'm going to program this. Like if this whole shelf is just a thing we swap out, because if we do it that way, then I don't think we can program it so that you need to click on the specific book, which is fine. So I think what we would do is you have it so you need to use the search command. Like this feels like a more like using World Builder the way it was designed is we have the built-in search command in the menu, so you search and then you know the search result says, you know, you notice a strange book on the shelf, or you know, something to suggest that you found something of interest, and then you got to type to pull on the book. I think that's probably a better way to do this puzzle, just without making it overly complicated. And then again, we will lose the ability to click on individual books to read the titles, but like I don't really want to have to come up with a funny joke for each one of these books anyways, so that's probably fine. We can still have some way to look at the books and, you know, get a random response from some funny titles we come up with or something like that. Like I keep wanting to have, like, you know, realistically it makes sense to have a bunch of books in a row on a shelf that are, you know, very similar, like, you know, a series of books that go together or whatever, but it looks weird to do that too much. You know, book leaning over. You're correct. And I think on the top shelf, we're going to get a little more interesting If it seems like it's still a little like unnatural feeling, we can go back and delete some of these and mix it up on the lower shelves as well. But my thought is, like my little sketch here, I put a skull on the middle shelf, but I think we'll put the skull on the top shelf and we'll have more empty space up there. So that's another place, like, so maybe on the left side we'll have like a few books that are standing upright with the skull holding them up, and then on the other side we'll have a few more books, and then, you know, one or two that are kind of, you know, leaning over, falling down, kind of. And I think that'll make the whole thing look more natural. And I feel like, I mean, I guess this might depend on the person, but I feel like that's like a more natural, like if I've got a ton of books in a bookshelf, like the top shelf would be the one that's not completely full. My son also suggests a book stand. Yes, that is a good idea. But I think the skull is kind of be our book stand.
A book stand is something different than a book stand.
Oh, like a book that's kind of on display, you mean? That's an interesting thought. Oh, he meant what I was thinking. Got it. Okay. Okay, so how do we do a skull? Whoop, come on. There we go. Okay, so I think I'm probably going to want to do a bitmap skull just so I can perfect it. But we'll start out with a polygon to rough it in. I'm gonna Google a reference here because I'm kind of picturing a skull that's like a little bit leaning over, like it's gonna be right here, like leaning left a little bit and like a little bit turned so you can see the side of it. So I would like to get a good reference for that if I can, so I can get the perspective right. I guess all the photos that are coming up are like straight up and down. But I guess that's okay. This one's good. Okay. I mean, this isn't going to be perfect anyway. I just kind of want something to look at to guide me. This doesn't quite feel worth roughing in with the polygon tool, but this gives me like the size I want, so then I can, you know, copy this into Mac Paint and tweak it there and know that I'm drawing things at the correct size. And, you know, this I can scale down easily as well if I made it a little too big. That seems like about right. Yeah, okay. So then I'm just going to move this down here. I'm going to do a bit box on top of it and capture bits. And then we can copy. Actually, after what we ran into last time, we'll move it in the middle so that it appears in the middle when we paste it in. 67 says, oh wow, way past bedtime. I am sorry to keep you up so late, and thank you so much for hanging out, and hope you sleep well. Okay, I just noticed, hold on. Honestly, I don't think I've ever noticed that before. It says along the title bar, Mac Paint by Bill Atkinson, doesn't it? Yeah, okay. Just very briefly while it's loading. I feel like I probably noticed that before, but... Okay. At least this skull in FatBits mode is completely on the screen all at once. That makes it a little easier to draw. Try to get the top of his skull a little rounder. I think probably when I'm done with this skull, we'll call it a night. Okay, so... just trying to figure out where the teeth go here. I guess now that I'm starting, like I'm looking at a reference, but I'm like, wait. You know, we don't have a lot of pixels to work with, so maybe we actually want to go a little more cartoony with it than this reference is. So let's start by drawing in the major features, and then from there it'll be easier to decide whether we want to get in any other details. Now I'm just trying to figure out how darkly shaded the eye sockets should be. That looks kind of good. Sun says it looks good. Fantastic. Thank you. Okay. I agree, by the way. Thank you as well. I'm trying to figure out how to draw this like little nose part. Like the realistic way this looks is a little weird. That's not bad, actually. That kind of works. And then the teeth. I'll probably make some of these lines more faint. But I'm just going to draw them solid for now. Okay. I think we'll just draw, like, you know, obviously an actual skeleton would have 2 rows of teeth, but we'll just kind of ignore the bottom row. Because again, you know, drawing with limited space, sometimes you just gotta kind of give an impression of certain details. or it just looks very busy and weird. So yeah, something like that. It's getting there. And then we'll do some shading over here in the temple. And a little more shading in the brow area. I might just stop there. I kind of like that. Like, I could easily mess with it more, but I don't know. I kind of dig it how it is. What if you take out a few pixels in the upper right of the mouth like you did in the lower left? I think I prefer it like that. Ooh, maybe just that one all the way on the right. That's kind of good. Yeah, I like that. Good little tweak. Okay. Lasso is the way to go. We'll save that just as a backup. Agent Scully. Yeah, some things you just got to try and see if they work or not. Appreciate the suggestion. Okay. Upstairs hallway, or do we want... The skull might actually determine how I program this room. Because I really feel like I'm okay with the individual books not being clickable, but you have to be able to click on the skull, right? That feels important to me personally. Let's go ahead and paste this in as it is. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. So this is what we have so far. Let's fill this in. We'll have a few more books on the right side. I think I'm going to go ahead and try to set up these objects and see how this works. There's a thing we need to figure out at some point. How does the game deal with two overlapping objects in the same scene? So I'm going to go ahead and cut that entire thing. This makes me so nervous every time. Create. Paste. Save. And bookshelf. And then from there, we're going to take out Agent Scully here and create another new object. Oops. And now we'll set up these two objects. So object data. Upstairs hallway, I think is what we call this room. And these are both going to be immobile objects that we're using just to, so you have a thing you can click on. Okay. So those should both be in the room now, and we're just going to open up the game and see what happens. Honestly, don't know what to expect here. And the other thing we want to try is doing that a couple of times just to see if there's like any element of randomness to it, because I feel like it presumably uses some logic to determine what object is on top. For example, it might just go based on what order they are on this list, which is like literally just the order the objects are created. The other thing that we could possibly experiment with, but I don't think I want to do this, but like it might be interesting to see like we can, in code move different objects to the room. So it's possible like the order we, list them in the code that does that might be the order we end up with. But let's go ahead and quit and open the game and see what happens here. I think if this doesn't work right, we're going to go ahead and cheat and get the key. Oh, nobody's there. Good. And go upstairs, and there's our lovely hallway, and things are in the right order. So if things loaded in the wrong order, the skull would not be visible because it would be behind the shelf. So it seems like at least within a like it's not changing the order each time. Let's try, just for experimentation. Thank you, Efton Culinary. Appreciate it. I'm just trying to figure out some weird little details of World Builder here that might affect how I'm able to program things. So if I do another object that is on top of the skull, let's give this a... I can't help but feel like the order in this list is what determines the Z ordering of what gets placed on, top of other objects. But we can use this as a way to test that. I'm not even going to bother to give that a proper name. We'll just put it in the hallway and see what happens. The funny thing about this object list is, I think I just mentioned, like it's the order things are created in, but specifically you can't reorder it at all. I would love it if it was alphabetical or something, but no. It's the order you create them in. If you want to reorder it, you have to like cut and paste, and then you lose the name each time you do that. So you would have to rename them. So there's no easy way to reorder the list. Which isn't too big of a deal, but kind of you want to like put related objects next to each other, otherwise it gets kind of messy. Cheat and get the key again. Go upstairs. Okay, so that worked how I expected. And then the final test is we're gonna create a new Agent Scully that appears after this weird orb in the list and confirm that does appear on top. And then if that works as expected, then I will feel pretty confident on relying on this behavior. And hopefully I won't regret that later. So we can just cut, paste, and that gets our new untitled object on top there. Okay, so that's the same thing in the same place, and then this is still our orb, but now the order in the list is different. So what should happen here, if it's working the way I think it works, is that the skull should be on top of the random circle this time. Oh. Interesting. Now I have another thought. I'm very curious if this is gonna work the way I expect it to. Like there's ordering within a drawing, like within a single scene, and I kind of wonder if that might actually affect the order of things. Which gets kind of complicated, but you do have some level of control over that. So we could make it work. So like, you know, if I had another shape here, like a rectangle, and I want that to be behind, I can do send to back. And, you know, within a single drawing, that's an understandable behavior. What I'm curious about is if I send this circle to back, will that make it appear behind the skull? It should actually even appear behind the bookshelf, I think. But I don't know that I don't know that it makes sense for it to work that way. Okay. So it's fascinating, like it almost seems like it's consistent, but not really controllable. Also, I like that it says on the ground you see a untitled. Get untitled. Oh. Now I'm having another thought, which is that maybe the orb is on top because it's a mobile object. Okay. So many things to experiment with. I hope I am eventually able to understand how this works. I am also curious, the more I play with this, if this is something that is covered in the manual at all, or if they just figure you'll avoid having overlapping objects. It certainly seems like it's designed with that in mind. So now I'm going to change this to also be immobile. And I'm curious if now it will go back to following the order in this list, or if it's just doing something even weirder than that. Oh, there's our guy. Goodbye, friend. Ah, so that did work. It's also just occurred to me that maybe you should be able to take the skull. I mean, there's no reason you couldn't pick up a skull that's just sitting on a shelf, right? Although I suppose, by that logic, you should be able to take all the books, which is a little bit excessive. Alas, poor Yorick. Okay, so I'm back to... Actually, let's do one hopefully final test. I want to change the order again so that the circle is an immobile object that appears after the skull in the list. And hopefully that'll put it on top again. And I think if that works, I think I might understand what it's doing to a point where I can, rely on it. So we just cut, paste, and now our untitled circle is later in the list. Uli suggests, ew, I'm not touching a dead human. Yes, there's certainly many ways we could respond to trying to take the skull if we don't want them to. Cheat key, unlock, open. There's our friend again. Let's see if they go away on the first try or not. It is worth noting that you have to wait until that very long creaking sound is done to do any other commands. You can actually type while it's playing a sound, but it won't process your input until the sound is done. Which can get a little bit tedious if he keeps showing up. But I'm okay with that. Okay. I think we understand it. So here's what I think it's doing. I think it is considering the order in how it decides to layer things on top of each other. But first it's placing, first on the background, it's got your scene art. And then on top of that, it has the immobile objects in the order that they're listed. And then on top of that, it has the mobile objects also in the order that they're listed. Definitely, I'm guessing to some degree on all of that, but I feel pretty good about it to the point that I'm just going to assume it's correct unless something weird happens and it doesn't work right. Which is good because I would rather do this scene as one room. So that we can just move the whole bookshelf aside. It does get a little complicated because the objects on it have to move as well. But maybe we just have it so it moves all the way off screen. So like you can just see like the edge of it here. So when it's closed, you can't actually interact with any of the objects on it. And that way we can just move the bookshelf and everything on it gets moved out, and then like that edge of a bookshelf gets put into the scene, and then you can see the secret passage, which is part of the scene itself. Hopefully that made sense to all of you. It made sense to me at least, and I feel like I know how I want to program this now. But actually, let's real quick finish up the top bookshelf here. And we're also going to delete our untitled orb, which I think we have to cut. We just cut it and never paste. There's no delete option. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay. We're in the wrong thing. I moved the bookshelf to its own object, so we got to open that. Okay, so I'm going to draw a few upright books over here, and then I think just one that's kind of leaning over. Just to make it look a little more natural, and then also like, that leaning over book, I can put a little more detail on it. which will just kind of help sell that the rest of these weird rectangles are books. I mean, I think it already looks very obviously a bookshelf full of books, but a little extra detail can't hurt. Ooh, also, I just had the thought that if we're going to put our one book you can take, if that is something we're going to have on this shelf, that could be it, which just helps draw some attention to it. That does add a little complication because any object in the game that you can hold, you can also drop. And when you drop, any object only has a single appearance. So we can't, have the game automatically draw a book lying on the ground when you drop it. But I think we can do a little bit of trickery so that when the book is on the shelf, it's programmed as an immobile object that you can click on. And then when you click on it or, type a command to take it, we basically remove the immobile book from the world and replace it with a mobile object in your inventory. And then that object would have the appearance of a book lying on the ground. So it doesn't look weird if you drop it. That's something I had thought about previously, and I wasn't sure if we would need to do it or not. But I think it will all work out. I'm just trying to decide how to do this here. So, also I might end up making this a bitmap, but for now I'll do it as a polygon. Actually, I suppose the one to the right of this should have a little bit of perspective on it as well. That's a little off. Whoops. Getting there. It's so hard to tell what I'm doing here. Did that help? A little bit. This corner's still off. Okay. I was wondering if maybe I could get away with not drawing this line here, but I think it kind of needs to be there. Just thinking. I think I'm just going to actually redraw both of these shapes to make them separate. In retrospect, how could Appleton ship this editor where lines disappear as you edit them? It's not ideal. Yeah. Whoops. What did I do? So to some degree, it's kind of like, well, what the heck else can you do in monochrome? Like definitely some of the choices, like the lines disappearing, I don't fully understand, but like, in some cases you have, the cursor is on top of other lines, and like inverting the pixels of the cursor are kind of the only way you can, make sure it's still visible. But sometimes that makes it a real mess to see what you're looking at exactly. Okay, so I'm going to try to get the right perspective on the side of this book here. Something like that. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect. There we go, I think. Bring to front. Hey, there we go. That looks like something. True Mac devs never sleep. Unfortunately, that seems often true in my experience, but perhaps my experience is limited. Hello, Maple Mystery. Great to see you. I'm trying to do a shout out here. Unseeker Crush is just in bed now. But if you're not familiar with Maple Mystery, she is a game dev and streamer working on a game called The Crimson Diamond that is very inspired by the Colonel's Bequest. And I am very excited to play the finished game. And also she does very, very enjoyable streams of pretty much exclusively EGA games, which is a great category and always something very interesting. So because the tracking line is drawn with XOR on top of the old line. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. The modern fix would be to remove the old line underneath, but that could be slow on a 128K. Yeah, okay. Fascinating. All right, let's do just a little bit of shading here. I will probably give some subtle variation in shading patterns on these different books, but I don't think I'm going to do all of that right now. I just want to add a little bit to this book edge going back, and then this one here. Yeah. And this should be a little darker as well. Yeah, that'll work for now. So I keep I kind of keep wanting to work on it, but I should probably stop. Let's take a look at what we have so far. Since we have some new folks here, I will show off everything. So we have a PDA that we put into the game. It's not actually going to be right here on the starting screen, but we just put it in here for testing purposes. So we can take PDA, and then we can use the PDA. And then we get taken to this lovely screen that we created tonight with our PDA interface. It's not finished, but certainly the buttons are looking very nice. And I'll spend some more time polishing up the rest of this interface. But eventually this will all be interactive, which is not something World Builder was really designed to do. But I'm determined to make it work, and I believe I can. I'll probably spend a little time getting started on that before next week, just to put in some invisible buttons on here that we can click on and stuff like that, and maybe rough in a couple interface screens just to be certain that I can make things work the way I want it to. But then we can close our PDA and come back to whatever screen we were at. Whoops. And then we have a little sign here on the window that says free Wi-Fi, and eventually we'll have a puzzle where you have to bring your PDA to the library to get on the free Wi-Fi. And then we can reach inside here and get out a bone. And I'm typing keyboard commands here, but if you're not familiar with World Builder, you have a menu that you can choose commands from. So you can choose your basic like directions and some common commands here. And then you can also type. We got some doors you can open and close. There's nothing to do in the greenhouse yet, but there will be a puzzle in here. And then we can go over to the backyard where we have our little dog friend who is a little grumpy at the moment, but we can offer a bone. And then FIFO goes over here and lies in the grass and chomps away on the bone. And then we can search in the doghouse and find this key in the back. So now we have this normal key. We can go back to the door and unlock the door with our key. Open the door. Oh, there's no one here. I'm gonna open and close the door to make our friend appear. It might take a few times. It's a random occurrence. There we go. Occasionally when we open the door, actually, let's do this. There's a death here. This is the one death we have so far. So we'll show you the death. But I want to save first so we can come back to here. So it says you slowly open the door. There's a shadowy figure standing just inside. And if we click on this person or try to go north into the house, we get this message: a shadowy figure blocks your path. The hairs on your arms stand on end as a feeling of dread washes over you. So obviously this is a sign that we should leave, right? And if we do that or close the door, then this person will go away and we can come back and get inside the house. But we're going to try to go past them again anyways. And that little musical flourish there, I recorded on my my very own Casio VL Tone, and we used a variety of programs that were necessary to get it into World Builder. But it was a fun little process at the beginning of the stream today. So this says, as you try to move past, the shadowy figure slowly extends a hand towards you. The ghastly arm enters your body as you realize you're frozen in place. Your vision fades, and you crumple into a cold, lifeless heap. Game over. So now we can go back to our save. Oh, that's interesting. That's something I hadn't actually thought of. Why did that happen? Oh, I know what happened. Okay. It's the way I coded this. The way I coded it is if you come back in this room and the guy is there, the guy is removed. So that makes it so if you leave the room and come back, he will be gone. But I hadn't considered that code would run after loading a save. That's kind of interesting. I think I'll just not worry about it because that's not really a problem, but it's interesting to notice. So now we can go in the house. We have a strange dark void beyond the foyer here, but we have a door we can open with a nice little bathroom. Unfortunately, the sink doesn't work, but we have a flushable toilet, and we can also open and close the lid. And there will be a puzzle involving the toilet later. And then we can also go upstairs, which is what we were just working on. We have a nice little skull we've named Agent Scully. And then I think we'll probably be able to take this leaning over book here. And this is also going to be a secret passageway. But that will be next week. And I think that's everything. Oh, yeah. And of course, most importantly, we have the credit screen, which lists all the wonderful folks that have come in and helped me make this game. And we also have a little secret here. You might notice some stray pixels down in the corner here. If you search on this screen, the game's like, what? This is just the credits. You can't just wait. What's this? It's quite small, but you notice the word Isix written in the corner. That's odd. So this is Zizzy backwards, and we haven't programmed it in yet, but we decided, I believe it was Eden Waith that offered the suggestion that perhaps if you type Isix, actually, now that I think about it, this is kind of a combination of a couple different ideas people suggested. But eventually, if you type Isix in the credits, it will take you to a room where you are standing behind me as I am making this game. And then you'll be able to click on the screen to come back into the game. But we haven't quite finished that yet. We also do support Zizzy, which gives you the Zork response of a hollow voice says fool. And if you type Isix elsewhere, nothing happens. Here's the skulls on shelves. Absolutely. Maple Mystery has been working on a scene from her game that's got a bunch of lovely little Easter eggs for different adventure games. It's really neat to see it coming along. Okay, so that's gonna be it for today. I keep kind of hesitating because I don't really want to stop, but it's so late. It's 2 a.m. here. So we're done. That's it. It's all over. I will find someone lovely to raid. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Let's see. Schedule. So we will continue this a week from today. And like I said, this is going longer than I originally intended, but that's okay. Like, I'm enjoying it. It seems like other folks are enjoying it, so we'll just keep going until we're done with this game. I will definitely continue to kind of polish up things off stream over the weekend. But then next week we'll start. We'll probably add some interactivity in this room. We've got our plant-related puzzle in the greenhouse to start putting more pieces together. And we'll probably work on the our PDA some more as well. I also need to figure out where you find that. Maybe in the bathroom. That seems like a reasonable place to accidentally leave your device. And then on Tuesday for me is Spooky Tuesday. I've been playing Kathy Rain Director's Cut, which I'm very excited to continue. I've been enjoying that game a lot so far. Let's see who's online here. I think... Oh, really? Nina is streaming later than I expected, but I think she finally wrapped up. I think we're gonna go raid MZizzy again. She is playing StairQuest, which is a game by Decaf Jedi and a bunch of other folks. I streamed it on my anniversary stream earlier this year. It's a very silly game and it's very challenging. And it's a great time. Hinton says, Nina had to help Jake to bed. He had lost the ability to say toggleable. Oh no. I hope he'll recover. I'm sure he'll be fine. Thank you all for hanging out. I hope you have a great night and a great weekend. And we'll see y'all around. Bye.